Alright, let's do this. Final trial! We're doing the final trial ever at Ace Attorney. There's no more Ace Attorney after this, I think literally. I think this is the last... I think this is the literal last Ace Attorney thing ever that's come out in the US. So, you know. It felt as though I'd been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden, as you know. I don't know what the context of that is. It's not really playing the music that it should play during the plunging into the greatest darkness. It sounds kind of like a chill time, to be honest with you. No, I'm not wearing a fucking... It's a jacket. You have never heard of a fucking jacket before, Sausage Toes? You fucking toe? All you know about is socks and shoes. Ba, 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 ba. At the same time, I felt I would see the light again soon. Oh, it's the nice family photo. Turns out all these people are related. No, they're not. It was a trick. It was a trick. The game tried to lie and say that Iris was Migatoba's sister, but it wasn't real. She was just lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world, as they say. What a heartwarming moment. Now to go into the fucking grisly murder trial of our good friend who was killed and brutally beaten to death and left to rot in an ice tub. Just, you know, just hashtag family stuff. Gotta have a nice wholesome moment in there, too. The most family world in the Forley world are the Rothschilds. Remix, I got bad news. There's no family called the Rothschilds. You might have made that one up. You might have made those ones up. 4th November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. It's the Rothschild! He's at the stand! Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization, illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart, until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, Strongheart. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary present here at this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Yeah, sure, bro. First off, his little pet theory is still that Gregson was the leader of the bunch, right? Yeah, he said that the yard inspector was the heart of the organization. And then they ordered himself to kill himself because he failed the mission? It doesn't make any sense. He's full of complete shit. He has a golden-ass chin, too. That's the worst part about him. His theory makes absolutely no sense. Counsels, will you partake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end? Resolve, yes. That's my intention. Fuck off, Kazuma. Nobody cares about your dog ass. My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. That is true. He has a slight conflict of interest here. Van Zeeks is not even wrong. Last week we established that the prosecutor Kazuma is part of this mysterious organization of assassins, and he was in fact sent to England as an assassin to kill somebody. I don't know how he's still just the prosecutor. I guess it's fine. I guess it's okay. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. He can have two jobs. He's a hardworking man. He's got that grind set in him. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart. I said I was really sorry. I requested that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has been leading up to this 1 day! Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper! This dude is not having any of it. I think Van Zeeks realizes how fucking stupid this game's plot is. I think Van Zeeks is the one character who can see beyond the fourth wall as sort of an objective view of how fucking dumb everything that's happening is. He does not care. He wants to be done with this. Do you eat goulash? No, I'm pretty sure the only people who eat goulash are big swarthy brown dudes who brandish scimitars at Aladdin. But I don't know anything about the food. I just, based on its name, that's all I can encapsulate and visualize in my mind. Invisualate, if you will. Is a big Aladdin type chasing me around. Calling me some sort of scoundrel. Rat pack. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. For some reason, we're fine with it. For some reason, everybody's fine with this. I'm okay with it. Let's just let it roll. Goulash does sound disgusting, just based on the name. The name goulash makes me think of perhaps a pile of sludge that is both steaming and radiating a green cloud odor. I've never had it. It's probably delicious, but it's got a terrible name. It definitely has one of the most disgusting names. It's like how English people eat like blood pudding. Possibly the most unappetizing name known to man. I think that it's just a bad name. It's just a bad idea. You can make the most delicious food in the world and call it shit cubes, and I would not eat it. I just wouldn't try it a single time. This game does end just cause, bro. It's gonna end today, I promise, I swear. They literally said this was the last trial. The last trial was supposed to be the last trial, but then this time they really mean it. This time they fucking promise that this is the final trial. They said just one more little trial, guys, I promise. They're basically League of Legends players at 3 a.m. trying to get one more game in. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I declare this court to be in session again. For the last time ever, we resume the closed hearing of Baroque Van Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. My troops are more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. That was a Mountain Blade Warband Star Wars mod reference. You might have missed it. You know, if you're not quite cultured enough. This preamble has taken long enough, Lord Strongheart. You're so right. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. Fight. I'm gonna look for my court record real fast, 'cause I want to remember what the fuck was happening. Steamship passage? Yep, I remember that. We have the steamship ticket. Yeah, exactly. It's like Pokemon. Just one more little encounter. I just want to do one more encounter real fast. That's how this game is with their trials. They don't want it to end. Red hairpiece. I like how the Red-Headed League ended up having literally nothing to do with this trial at all. I think that was a hilarious swerve. It might still come back. Who knows? We can't count them out yet. But so far, we're like hour 10 of this trial and like, or this case rather. And these dudes just have not come back at all. This was found next to the body of the victim. It was just a complete frame job. Gregson's photograph. Oh, it's the Van Zeekses and Gregson. Gotcha. Autopsy report. Right, the time of death is indeterminate, but they think he was frozen. Cool. Okay, here's one thing that I do find interesting, though. The caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. That's weird, because it's not our boy, Van Zeeks, but who else would have a gun that would be used by members? It doesn't say police issue, it says members of the judiciary, specifically. Maybe police count? I don't know where that distinction is made. And there's Gregson. All fucking curled up in a little bitch ball. Dead as hell. There's somebody dead. Pocket watch. We found a piece of this, didn't we? Didn't we find a piece of this pocket watch just like lying on the floor? I think we did. No, it wasn't lying on the floor. It was... Yes, it was in the judge's cabin. Okay, that's really important. Good thing I checked. Yes, so we found the top of Gregson, the victim's pocket watch, in Jigoku's cabin. Good. Meow, 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 meow. An evacuation drill? I don't remember this shit. It's carried out by the crew the night before the ship arrived in Dover. All crew members must assemble at 10 p.m. on the deck for 20 minutes. Gotcha. For the 31st of October. Meow, 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 meow. Cool. And Clint's autopsy report. Red scarlet stains visible on the little ring fingers of the right hand. But no document was found. Oh. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand? Weird. The Asagi papers. Yeah, the Asagi papers kind of suck. This is like the most evil man of all time, supposedly. He's like the most infamous serial killer of all of history. And his papers, his last will and testament is literally 2 fucking pages. It's literally 2 fucking pages. It's just this. I give all my stuff to my son, and I'm dead. Goodbye. That's a shitty will. The shitty will and testament. Prosecutor Asagi, begin!
Okay. Okay, Dad. The prosecution calls the first.
It would have been cool if Kazuma had just simply been Bobby Hill for chance. Bring Seishiro Jigoku to the courtroom. I still can't say his name. I won't pronounce his name right a single time by the time this game ends. At last then, we've reached the final battle. See, I told you it was the last case, haters. Take a fucking sip of your haterade and cool off. It's the final battle. He said so himself. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve. Because this is going to test it to the limit. Speaking of testing it to the limit, 1 second. I just need to check. I really want to just check my microphone real fast because it's been acting very weird lately. It's fine. Okay, good. I was making sure it was good. I wanted to make sure it didn't do that thing again where it cheekily and sneakily raises the volume incredibly high so that it sounds like shit. I wanted to make sure it didn't do that trick. Ba, 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 ba. There he is! Everybody say hello to Judge Goku. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ha! So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Ha ha, kek. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he's also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. He is a sussy baka, I won't lie. Mr. Judge Jigoku is definitely a fucking Gwargura type. He loves watching Gwargura videos on the boat on the way over to Japan. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Those two topics don't seem terribly related to me. Friendship and navigation? That's not a good committee to oversee. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here in all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. That's what he says. This is his response.
Je suis.
That's a good rebuttal. I can't lie. I can't lie, that's kind of a good he kind of got me on that one. He kind of fucking owned me on that one. He started making fucking drowning fish noises, and then became French Guargura. Guargura, je ne sais pas. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Où êtes-vous? I don't know. I don't know why Guargura turned French though. That doesn't make any sense. What exactly were the circumstances? I will say that the fact that Ace Attorney became 3D now, like, they do kind of just look like VTubers. A lot of the characters just kind of look like VTubers. Not so much this guy, but when you see Herlock Sholmes, Van Zeeks, and Iris Wilson, I think are the 3 most VTuber looking characters in this whole game. And it's not even the game's fault. It's the fact that VTubers have like forever ruined this like 3D anime model style. They definitely took it over big time. Yeah, exactly. Those 2 guys are definitely the most VTuber looking ones. I would love to be a Sawtuber, dude. I do have some good ass emotes. My emotes are so fucking swag. And those are just the free ones, man. Those are just the fucking the sample too. They're so godlike. Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, woohoo, baby, bro, busts out his fucking laser gun, bro. That shit's he's so wacky, bro. Jigoku is so fucking random, dude. Being a narwhal, I simply must hold up my spork to this turn of events. He's so random, dude. Judge Jigoku definitely shops at fucking Hot Topic, man. What is he talking about? What is your ass talking about, Judge Jigoku? I never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that, lol. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. The murder of Inspector Gadget. That would be so sad, bro. Imagine the fucking crime scene photo for Inspector Gadget. Just fucking laying on the floor, got his fucking spring boots sticking out all which ways. Got fucking Swiss Army knife fingers hanging all out. That shit would be so tragic. His head is like popped open like a Pez dispenser. That'd be so sad. Hey, that is the song it would play. That is the song it would play. I still don't get why he's in a little bitch ball, dude. He appears to be tightly curled up. Wasn't he just shot? Oh, I think I know why he's curled in a little bitch ball. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. We'll think about that later. We don't have to worry about it right now. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? What? I wasn't paying attention, sucker. What is the proof? That Judge Jigoku is at the heart of the case? Man, I don't fucking know, bitch. Suck me. Maybe it's... I don't know, man. Judge Jigoku, what is the case we're solving? I don't even fucking remember. Gregson's murder, right? Yeah. What is the proof? Where is Remix Dance? It was a lie, Chimichanga. It was a cunning lie that I told that wasn't actually real at all. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's the pocket watch piece that he has. That Gigogu has. How is the proof that he's evolved? Is it fucking Mikotoba's big ass head? Is it Mikotoba's big ass fucking forehead? Is this guy's big ass fucking mustache? I don't know. That looks pretty funny. I like that. He looks like a Breaking Bad character. I swear to God, he so does. If there was like a Hasidic Jew in Breaking Bad, he would definitely look like this guy on the left. Why do I have to fudge myself, man? I didn't do anything wrong. I still don't know what it is. I feel dumb. I don't know what the fuck they want from me right now. Is it this? Is it the shit where Gregson went to the ship that he was on? It could be, I guess. It's not this. Because this has to do with Clint Van Zeeks, Wilson, and Mikotoba, not Jigoku. Telegram from Japan. Oh, right. I fucking totally forgot about this shit.
With Minecraft is the best thing and the most amount of fun you can have while playing it out.
It's the most amount of fun. I fucking love Mike Matei, bro. Mike Matei haters can fall off for all I care. Mike Matei the GOAT. Oh, yeah. It didn't even sound like Inspector Gadget either. That voice sounded fucking nothing like Inspector Gadget. Yeah, it's this. It's definitely this. The telegram from Japan.
Take that!
I completely forgot about that. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. Kasogi, A. Jin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Oh, somebody mad at you. Why, you little? Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This is a list of 4 names that follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Kei Asogi and A. Jin are the names of assassins. No! A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Jin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Yeah, thanks, bro. I thought the professional killer was on a mission to love. I would have never guessed she was sent on a mission to kill. I'm glad he clarified.
This isn't Game of Thrones.
Yeah, you're right, Jimmy Changa. You got me there. So true, King. That's fucking biting. That's like, that is a observation on the same level as the killer was sent on a mission to kill.
Je m'appelle Gaogura.
Je m'appelle Gaogura.
Same.
I knew it wasn't over because I could still hear that fucking dipshit music in the background. A. Jin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student. Invader V, that's the one. No, it was Kazuma Asogi just cuz, bro. Nice try, though. Nice try to pitch in. Whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? What? Huh? Huh? Hang on a second.
It's because they like to build brown bricks with Minecraft.
Because they like to build brown bricks in Minecraft. A telegram was found in your office, Mike Matei. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you! Yeah, Judge Jigoku. Stupid ass, why the fuck did you leave that shit in your office? Dude actually came up with this brilliant mastermind plan for assassination, and then just left the plan on his fucking desk. Just left that shit on his desk like no one was gonna see it. Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. That's probably the worst crime of all. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. Yes, you fucking did, asshole. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Ah! You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? He's so mad, bro. Judge Jigoku is literally the most fucking angriest gamer I've ever heard. He definitely has, I think Mikotoba is his Mike Matei. He just kind of helps him calm down, like rubs his muscles when he's busy raging at games. Playing those old NES games. His silence only goes to prove his guilt. That's not how that works. There's another very important point in this new development that brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. Ha ha ha, Keck. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. We finally got him. The witless testimony. I still think that what most likely is going on here, just based on like general storytelling principles and what we know so far, is that this dude is the professor, the like infamous serial killer from way back when, that all the hubbub was about, who died, quote unquote, but was mysteriously helped to escape from prison. I think that this guy was actually the professor, and they threw that other Japanese dude under the bus in a deal. He basically just like took a deal with the British government where he's like, I will help you guys out. You basically install me as your puppet in Japan, and in exchange, they don't prosecute him for this crime, the crimes that they know he did, essentially. I think that's what's most likely going on here. But like the further this goes and they just don't bring it up, the more I think I'm wrong. Because I think that's like a fairly decent theory, but just nothing has even slightly hinted at that in a long time. He's just been like this weird guy. He's just like this weird, big, angry ape man. So I don't know, I'm starting to think I'm wrong. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. You're a liar! He's a liar. We have evidence that directly proves that that's not true. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests, There really was an assassin exchange. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as a foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Osogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. Oh my god. And boom goes the dynamite. Passes it to the man. Yeah, that's the best line to me. I know boom goes the dynamite is the most famous line, but I've always personally been partial to passes it to the man. He did do that. He's not even wrong. It's like when they ordered the killer to go kill people. He passed it to the man. He didn't even know their names. He's the worst commentator ever. Apparently the story behind Boom Goes the Dynamite is that the dude just had like no time. Basically, like, he was just told like 5 minutes before time that he was gonna be commentating this basketball match. And he had no fucking clue what was happening. It's so awesome. I fucking love that video. Passes it to the man, and boom goes the dynamite. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of the case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right! Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room of Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime... I'm still thinking about Boom Goes the Dynamite. I want to focus on the, deep narrative going on here, but I'm busy thinking about fucking sweet passes. The perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Baroque Van Zeeks. We rewatched that video last night of the guy getting arrested outside the Chinese food restaurant. Get your hands off my penis! I should have used him as one of the voices for this game. I see you know your judo well. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge, such as the witness, could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall it was someone... They have him! Woohoo! I bet they have... Do they have Are You Waiting to Receive My Limp Penis as well? And you, sir? Are you waiting to receive my limp penis? Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, we're not gonna talk about Tug's Collar. It's not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Wait. Oh, and boom goes the dynamite.
I was so confused at first. Did they do a Family Guy version of Boom Goes the Dynamite? That doesn't surprise me. Family Guy did a bunch of topical things. I think in like 2018 to 2020, they did Leroy Jenkins. So, they kind of have their fingers right on the pulse of pop culture to make all the most recent references. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. And boom goes the dynamite. That's the Cleveland Brown version. My name is Judge Jigoku, and I am evil as hell. So I'm gonna immediately just solve this one, because it's really easy. This one's incredibly easy. He says, on the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. That's definitely not true. because we have an evacuation crew itinerary. All crew must assemble at 10 p.m. for 20 minutes. So they were not outside. On the evening in question, they were not outside his door at all times. Unless he's just... you have to keep in mind, this is a judge. So it's possible he's being like very meticulous with what words he speaks. And he's like, no, I said evening, bro. 10 o'clock is night. 10 o'clock is night. That's not evening. That's not evening. I think it's that, though. Unless he's like really rules lawyering with the language. At all times. I'm gonna go ahead and try this. We have 5 pips still, so I might as well. We'll try it.
Objection!
Objection! Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? Huh? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again! According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? Wait, why doesn't he know this? Wasn't he on the ship too? He seems genuinely confused. Wasn't he on the ship too, or am I dumb? He went to the ship to do the assassination mission, and then he said, nah, I'm not gonna do it. And he came back to England. Wasn't he on the ship? Huh? I'm so fucking confused. Was he not on the fucking ship? I was so sure he was. That completely shakes up my mental map of where people were during this time. I thought he was on the ship. All crewmen were away from their posts. I thought he went there to do the assassination mission and then pussied out. So did he pussy out before he even left? He never left England? I thought Kazuma went there to do the assassination mission. Oh well, whatever. I'll figure it out later. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Oh, he's playing this fucking scary music too. You know his ass got cooked. A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. So true, King. Well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Shigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st October? Okay, so this has gotta be this. A small component was part of Gregson's watch, and it was found in Judge Jigoku's cabin.
Take that!
Right? Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. The spindle. I don't know why, but the word spindle is just so goofy. I think it's because it's one of those words that's never gotten a refit. It's like an old-ass fucking word. That's that shit medieval peasants used to say to each other. They used to be talking about spindles all the time, and it never got an overhaul. Most words got an overhaul, protrudely, but spindle was just like lost to the fucking sands of time. That shit's just still called a spindle, and it sounds so funny. I love spindle. It's a good word. I think there's also a word called a bindle, but I don't know what the fuck a bindle is. All I know is what a spindle is. It's what protrudes from a victim's watch. That's my English lesson for today. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Grrr! Rower! In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku.
No.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Stop calling me young murderer. That's like the worst fucking rap name of all time. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. Fuck off, Kazuma. What do you fucking know, idiot ape? But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of crap. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I like this guy. I like Judge Jigoku, man. He just has a fun time always. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry! If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Man, this guy's evil as hell. He even stands like one of those fucking rant sonas, giving a hot, controversial take on the YouTube. Giving a hot take on why The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time actually isn't that good as you remember. He is the nostalgia critic. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal, a delicious, succulent Chinese meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Soyai throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It had nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ippon Soyoi? That's what I said too, I don't know what the fuck that means. He did the classic soy boy takedown. A common jujutsu magical art. What? A common jujutsu magical arts? What the fuck is that? A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin. Dunk. That was almost perfectly timed to his point. That was almost perfectly timed to his fucking finger waggle. His fucking horndoggle. That's another fantastic word that never got an overhaul, is horndoggle. I'm a big fan of the horndoggle, and in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Arg! How you doing today, Renomated Bit? I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement. It's obviously not true, sucker. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious time here on a cross-examination. But I'm doing fantastically today. I'm doing fucking fantastically today. I'm in court. I'm fucking prosecuting this weird Japanese Jewish guy. It's a fucking good time. He's evil as the Dickens. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know what he did wrong, honestly. This guy, I think his cross testimony was pretty good. His witness testimony was pretty solid. So that's true. He did have a guest waiting for him, and he ate a succulent Chinese meal. A mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. Maybe we'll press this, because we do have the report in the court evidence that... Wait, what? Oh, that's in the autopsy report, okay. Yeah, in the autopsy report, it specifically says the caliber of the gun that killed him was that of the standard issue firearm for judiciary members, not the police. Wait, but no, he says he didn't even shoot him. Yeah, so this has nothing to do with it. The waving a gun at me has nothing to do with it, because he didn't even say he shot him. He said he threw him with a takedown.
And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis?
Yeah, they do have it. They do have the limp penis blurb. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking epic as hell. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? I'm so glad they have all that blurped up. They just basically had to split it into 800 different blurps, but they got it all. They got all the hits. I wonder if they have passes it to the man, too. They might even have passes it to the man. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Sei throw. He couldn't wait to run away after that. The way that the second sentence, is phrased, makes this whole story that Jigoku tells just sound like a low-tier god rant. It really does. Like, just the verbiage there. The fact that you took care of him with a throw and then he couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. We'll press this, because we don't think that's true no more. Yeah, that seems very unlikely. We even found the ice last time, remember? We saw ice. We saw ice on the ship. So it's most likely he was killed on the ship. So let's press this.
Hold it!
Hold it! But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? What the fuck is a stripling? That's the worst word I've ever heard in my life. If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but... All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That is true. That's a really good point. That's a really good point that we haven't even brought up yet, but why the fuck did they even bother bringing his body back? That's what I don't get. The fact that they bothered bringing Gregson back at all after they killed him is very weird. That's very mysterious. That is true. It'd be way easier to just dump him at sea. Bam, bam, bam. It's because, like, it was not like they were just right off the coast, right? Like, they were going deep in the fucking ocean. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. Let's kill that idea, then. But perhaps not. Miss Susato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Aha! Good point, Miss Susato. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? Ha! I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words even you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. Okay, so we get a new statement at least. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse. Okay, yeah, this is the way we do it then. So there's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse. There is a possible way. He could have used the tongue. He could have used the trunk like we were talking about way earlier. He carries this big ass fucking trunk with him. I don't know if we actually have it in the evidence, but he has like this giant trunk. Is it this? No, this is Gregson's trunk. This one's tiny. This dude, Judge Jigoku, I guess we don't have it as evidence, but he has a giant ass, like, Jigoku-sized trunk. Because he literally fit inside of the trunk himself. He actually fit his own ass. His lumbering ass was inside of the trunk when we got there. That's right, we do have the photo. Which one is it? Where is it? Oh, it's this one, the commemorate. There it is! That's the trunk. Yeah, the photograph too, I totally called that. Because it's the conspicuous, just giant trunk sticking in the frame. It was actually a 5-person photograph the whole time. What a twist, we thought it was a 4-person photograph. There was a Gregson photobombing us all along. Gregson was planking. I'm gonna press this first, but then I'll use that as evidence. There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? What? No! So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back. Unless if they've developed some clever device to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. He fucking owned my ass, bro. So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have had to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border. That would be impossible for the majority of people. There must have been some special circumstances that made it possible. That could be a vital realization, I think. Yeah, I'm so shocked that the trunk is actually this important. The trunk actually popped off so hard. That being said, the first reason I took notice of the trunk, I think I was completely wrong about. The first time I even noticed that he had that giant trunk, it was just because it happened to look like the trunk that's in Sholmes' suite. But it seems like that is genuinely just a complete coincidence. But it's what made me think of it, is that there's like 2 or 3 trunks in the game that look just like this. And they all belong to like really story important people. And the Sholmes one had like incredibly important stuff inside of it. It had that, the manuscript and shit. I don't know. But I guess I could try this. It just seems like this is such a stretch. Not the line of thought, which is correct, but the evidence that I present, you know? Like, the statement is there's no way I could have transported the corpse back to Britain. Objection! Here's a photograph of us smiling! I don't know if that's what the game wants me to do right now. I'll try it though, I still have 5 pips. It's definitely the absolute correct line of thought, but I don't know if it's the evidence they want me to present to get there. Yeah, I'll try it, why not? We'll try that. I present him. Here you go, bud. Take this fucking photograph, bitch. There's no possible way you could have been moved, Inspector Gregson, you say? I would say the opposite is true. There is a possible way you couldn't have moved, Inspector Gregson. And what's that supposed to mean? I don't know. Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body is something only you could do. Yeah, that was the right option. Good job, 107. The photograph was real. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he— What? When did we establish this? When the fuck did we establish this? He's apparently exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. But I don't know if they ever told us that. Because they did specifically mention earlier that everybody has their luggage searched. And they didn't mention this exemption. That's pretty important information. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Oh, it was a flashback moment. Yeah, we're flashing real fast. Hang on. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. Keck, keck, keck. He kecked at him too. Wow, I should have remembered that. I usually remember a good drubbing, a good kecking. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Corpse husband! I think, honestly, I felt stupid about this earlier, so I didn't mention anything. But I think this also explains one of the other oddities about this case that's just been kind of nagging me in the back of my pussy for the entire time. Which is this, the photograph of the victim. He is literally curled up like he's stuffed inside the trunk. I think that he went into rigor mortis while he was shoved in that trunk, which is why he's like this. Because he was just shot once, right? And we kept saying, like, why is he curled over like he's got a fucking tummy ache? Why is he all scrunched up like he's got a fucking tummy ache? But it does explain it. It explains why he's all scrunched up if he was shoved in the trunk when he got rigor mortised. And the guy just fucking dumps his ass out on the floor. Along with his famous red wig. I still don't get the red wigs. The red wigs don't make any sense. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting. I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the newly arrived Japan peoples in the hotel and such. Is that Gregson? Is that Gregson's last words? Remix, that's just disrespectful. To me, to Inspector Gregson, to everyone. To suggest that he would scream like Gawar Garura when he was being murdered. The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Order, order, order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel. That's not how you spell skeptical. That's not how you spell septile. That a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could! Pussy! Because I happen to know that the witness himself— that's a good screenshot right there. The witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. That's an album cover. That's absolutely, for this dude's soulful rap album, kinda like Kanye West's Homecoming for Judge Jigoku. That's definitely his album cover. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep the food fresh on long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku. Yeah, he's pissed. Boo, Jigoku. You killed Gregson for no reason. And then he said, stop killing me, and then he died. What I still don't get about this is, like, why and how Jigoku wanted to dispose of the body, specifically, like, at that Fresno Street place, right? I don't get how Van Zieks ties into any of this. Presumably, it looked like he got a scrotum on his forehead, man. Look right between those eyebrows and tell me that he don't just got a pair of long danglers right there. But I digress. It basically, I don't get why he has beef with Van Zieks. Presumably, if he really is the professor, then that would kind of maybe explain it, because Van Zieks might be investigating that on the side. But it seems like Van Zieks is mostly obsessed with the Reaper. And this guy's clearly not the Reaper. That wouldn't make any sense. He doesn't even live in England to be reaping and such. So I don't know. Maybe, well, maybe I'm thinking about it the wrong way. Maybe it's not so much that Jigoku wants to get rid of Van Zieks, and so he, like, happened to find this perfect opportunity. Maybe it's more in line with that assassin exchange shit from earlier. Maybe he, since he's such a powerful boy, and he's in cahoots with the British government, he's like, yo, British government, I have a problem. I need to dispose of a fucking body. I need to dispose of a human corpse real fast. Can you help a brother out? And they said, sure, but on the condition that you also get rid of this guy who's kind of a thorn in our side. Get rid of this Van Zieks fellow, this chap. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Scrotum head? Ha 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 ha. Ho ho ho. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime? The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak Van Zieks shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? That hurts my feelings. Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. It does? Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you would better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. I mean, this does, but we already used this, so it's not that. I mean, it doesn't really, though. The fact that he was on the boat doesn't necessarily mean he couldn't have gotten all the way back to Fresno Street and died that same day. Or I guess, no, they're arguing that it was the next day. Okay, so yeah, it's definitely not that. This evidence contradicts that claim. Gregson's metal trunk. Ming, ming. Is it the trunk? No, because I guess he could have also just left his... he could have went there, got his trunk sliced open, and then come back. It doesn't make any sense, but it's possible, so it's not that. Maybe what they want right now is the, this. Maybe this is what they're looking for right now. This photo of him curled up in a ball. Don't. I think that's what they're looking for. Is the photo of him curled up like a baby. It's the only thing I can think of that even remotely answers the question. I'm gonna try it! A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed? Yes! But the point is, the posture- Yes! I fucking nailed it, baby. Woo! Hell yeah! Let's go. Honestly, that's a toughie right there. That's kind of hard. That's kind of tough. Cause like, that's a lot. That's a lot to just go off of for that one question, you know? There was no build up to that whatsoever either. That was just pure process of elimination for this one. Yeah, right? You'd think it would be like the autopsy report or something? That's a lot. That's actually really hard. That's really fucking hard. Boom. I just used process of elimination to use it here. It seemed important, but like, for this statement specifically, that's a lot. That's like a big leap. Dude. We take those though, let's go. The posture of the body itself. The imposture, if you will. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Is it out of the question? I'm not enough of an expert on how humans react to being shot to death to say that for sure. That's crazy. I guess it makes sense though, because yeah, this is that. Funnily enough, the autopsy report is kind of what made me realize this. It's because, yeah, he was shot instantly at the front, and then he just would have collapsed into a ball like a rag doll. Seemed weird. But the weird part is, like, it never gives us a specific location that he was shot in, I don't think. Which is extra confusing. Because, like, I don't know, I feel like if a dude is shot in the stomach, it's not unreasonable that that would be a natural reaction. It's like, oh! Falling down, curling up in a ball like that. Okay, it does say the chest. Gotcha, yeah, so that is what I was thinking of. I thought it was either that or the candle thing that I was thinking of, but yeah, there was something that made me realize that he was shot kind of high up. I don't remember, it's been too long. But yeah, it's, I remember thinking that if he was shot in the belly, that wouldn't be an unreasonable way to die. It's just like collapsing into a ball. Getting shot in the chest? Yeah, I don't see why you'd fall like that. It's out of the question his body would have been curled up like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, pussy, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved- so this is where he fucks up. Yeah, so that's where he fucks up. He says because of the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. But, according to the autopsy report, he was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Yeah, that's right, so that's where it's fucked up. The autopsy report specifies that he instantly died. He just dropped.
Objection!
Forgot about that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Goku, but it's your logic that's flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. So the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor. From the inside of a large travel trunk. You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as though it's been kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Present my trunk? I refuse! What? On what grounds? Yeah, pussy. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. Judge Jigoku, you crazy, bro. Jigoku's geeking these days, man. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Uag! Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Maybe. Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Oh, he's such a dick, dude. This guy is so villainous, man. He's gonna try to throw Kazuma under the truck. Under the fucking milk truck. Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You! Dear God, outrageous! So it was you. You admit to his murder. No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill him? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Yeah, he's throwing him under the fucking bus. That's smart. That's honestly pretty smart, because I don't think I can even disprove that. I think Kazuma's kind of fucked. Do I have anything that disproves that even? I don't think I have any evidence relating to Kazuma at all. Like, period. Yeah, I have literally nothing relating to Kazuma even slightly. All I have is piece of Kazuma's fucking sword stuck in the victim's trunk. Like he fucking attacked him. So I have absolutely nothing to help out here. Like, I'm kind of fucked. I don't think I have anything relating to Kazuma. Oh! That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You!
I would like to announce that
What is this shit?
the lamps on the ceiling look like boobies.
Really, Remix? The lamps on the ceiling look like boobies. Where? Which lamps, Remix? Where? The lamps up there, they don't look like boobies. They look like fucking bong pipes at best. At absolute best. They look like fucking mana potions, +2. They don't look like fucking boobies. Okay, see, that's more accurate.
We might be alone. It just might be you and me, but that's okay because you really need anyone else.
You gotta hand that one to Remix at least. He's kind of right about that. The fact that the animals are leaving. The booby lamp comment was like slightly out of pocket, but that second comment is just true. I need us to get this man a true. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could put the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't! Why wouldn't he? What? He killed somebody, man! He's a murderer. Why would you possibly think he draws the line at perjury? He's like, hey, I might be a vicious serial killer, but lying? I would never. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer is right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... impossible! Well... it's pretty fucking possible is the thing. What evidence do I possibly have? All crew members must assemble at 10 p.m. for 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. Wait, did Kazuma say that he was part of the crew? No, that was like way before. I seem to recall at some point he was like a ship man. He was some sort of seaman on the way to England. But that was when he was coming back from his coma. He did not like sneak into the crew on this ship. On this ship, he literally just went there and then said he didn't want to kill him and then left. So I don't know, it seems very possible. How is it not possible? It's not possible, I tell you! I'm just gonna say it's impossible anyway. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Asogi's involvement? The illustrious blade of the Asogi clan. The sword has a missing tip. It's playing some crazy music right now, so you know I'm supposed to know what's going on. I'm supposed to be like, Excelsior! I know the ticket! I don't know what the fuck they want from me right now.
I love you.
Thanks, Remix. Get fucking banned for that, though, is the thing. Is the only thing is get fucking blocked, troll. That was not helpful. That didn't help me solve this case at all. I love you. This does not help, bro. He fucking broke his sword trying to slash the guy's puzzle box. Was there something in here? Let's have a look inside then. Let's have a little peek-see. Meow, 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 meow. It was Jack the Ripper! Oh, shit! That makes so much sense, dude. That actually answers so many of the questions I have. Such as, why did Gregson's body have that engraving that said Jack was here on its tits? Okay, so let's do process of elimination. In classic Holmesian style, let's eliminate all of the evidence it can't be and see if we can clear out the field a little bit. So it's not the Asogi papers. That doesn't make any sense. It's not the photograph because it's nothing to do with Asogi. Nothing to do with Asogi. Nothing to do with Asogi. Nothing, 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 nothing. Nothing. Nothing, nothing. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Nothing, 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 nothing. Nothing. Well, that does have to do with the Sogi, so I guess we'll leave that. Nothing. This had to do with the ship at least, so we'll leave that in the running. And that's Kazuma's sword. Nothing. 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 So the things that have to do with Kazuma that could possibly rule him out as a suspect are Gregson's trunk, brown bricks, Gregson's trunk, the photo, I guess, maybe we can count the photo, and the telegram and the drill notice and the sword. So there's 5 pieces of evidence only that it could even possibly be, and we can start working down from there. We can start working it down from there. The telegram from Japan doesn't help. This doesn't mean it's impossible at all. In fact, it seems to imply very heavily that he is the killer. So we'll go ahead and rule that one out. Let's get that one on out of there. This one has to do with the ship. It says they're leaving at 10 p.m. in order to go for 20 minutes. Do we know what time Kazuma was there? Because I don't remember. I have no fucking clue if that was even established. If he was there either before 10 p.m. or after 10:20 p.m., then this is the piece of evidence we need. But I don't know if that was literally ever established. So that's a solid one. We can hang on to that, put that in the pocket. The Great Sword Kazuma doesn't have anything to do with this because Gregson was shot to death. So it's not that. Gregson's tongue. Maybe we're supposed to imply that he was using a sword, like he wouldn't use a gun? Maybe? Because this also has a sword chunk in it, like he attacked him with a sword. You have 2 ideas? Alright, let me hear them, I guess. And then I just won't read them until I have my idea. So I'm gonna rule out Gregson's trunk and Kazuma's sword. For now. We'll put those under F for floor for now. And... I do like the music. You gotta hand it to them that they give you some fucking styling ass music to listen to. Photograph of the victim? Maybe it's this because of the trunk thing, right? No, because Jigoku did admit that he carried the body at least, so that doesn't make any sense either. It's not the photograph. Is it the wig? Kazuma would never wear a flame red wig. It's not that, okay. I'm thinking just exclusively by process of elimination that it's this, the itinerary. Because I don't know anything else it would possibly be. But this would require us to know what time Kazuma was there. Because we know it had to take place between 10 p.m. and 10:20. That's our window of opportunity for the murder. So if he wasn't there during that time, then it literally couldn't have been him. But I don't know when the fuck he was there. The crown? Jigoku said he saw Gregson alive and wrestled him. Or the autopsy report. It says he was shot, but he doesn't have a gun. Yeah, that's the thing, right? You would think he would have a sword. The crown is definitely a good idea. That's really solid. I didn't think about that. That's a very solid idea. I think I'm gonna go with that first, honestly. That's better than my idea. Because it means Jigoku at least fought him. Like, he's admitted to 2 things, right? Jigoku has admitted to fighting the guy, wrestling him to the fucking ground, and breaking his watch, and then hiding the body. Like, putting the body in a trunk and taking it out of his room. So, if he wasn't the killer, how does he not know about Kazuma doing it? Well, then again, he's saying that he does know now. He's just lying out of his ass. Now he's saying, like, I know it was Kazuma because I saw him do it. I'll try it, though. I'll try this first, because it's the most solid. We'll try it in this order. We're gonna try small component, evacuation drill, and then autopsy report. We'll do those 3 evidences in a row, and then I'll game over. I'll rage. I'll throw my fucking controller into the wall, and explode it into 1,000 pieces. Eat my tiny component of justice! You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment. Okay, Kazuma, you don't have to be a fucking dick about it, dude. I'm trying my fucking best here. I got pipped. Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, I can't upset Susato-san, or I'll end up being upset too. We know a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first-class cabins nearly all the time. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without it being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. That's what I'm saying, sucker! The court will only accept compelling evidence. I'm gonna try this now. It really sounds like they want this. The evacuation drill thing. But why? What do we ever learn when Kazuma was there?
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof! Let's go, baby. Why is it conclusive proof? I don't know, but we take those. We take these W's. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and came to investigate. So, that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Let's go. I'm so fucking smart, dude. My brain is actually expanding like fucking Yakub as we speak. Like fucking Megamind. How do I do it? But how does... I'm so confused as to how that disproves that Kazuma's the killer. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ah. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. Was he... gone? Okay. We take these. This is why you're supposed to play video games not a week apart at the time. It definitely helps with information retention if you don't take a week break between each session. It must have been someone who was aboard at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings. Yeah, remember yesterday, guys? Remember yesterday's proceedings? I remember this like it was yesterday, because it was. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town, and returned to England okay, so yeah, there you go. I returned to England the following morning. That's very important, and we probably would have remembered it had this not been a week ago. Had this not been a fucking week ago. Okay, so he slept the night at a boarding house in Dunkirk, and then returned to England. So he couldn't have done it. Yeah, exactly. It was last week's proceedings in reality. As you remember from 3 years ago. Yeah, I did not remember that, even slightly. Interesting. So he just like came back to England by himself. That makes sense. That makes sense. I just didn't remember the timeline at all. I didn't remember whether he hitched a ride back on the boat, whether he came on his own, what the fuck was going on. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Yag!
Hold it!
No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish them. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. See, it really feels like that should have been evidence. Doesn't it feel like that should have just been evidence? That would have made this a lot simpler. The Kazuma's signature in the book definitely should have just been evidence to present. Because God knows I didn't remember that shit. But that's really obvious in retrospect. I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof that I didn't bother to collect and add to the court record. Oh, no! There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Oh. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku. It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when this all began. Uh-oh. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah! Oh shit! You can't do that. What the fuck? He destroyed the entire courthouse. It's over. My life is over. The fucking Jigoku smash. Now I know where she learned the Suzato takedown techniques. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Oh my god, he's so evil. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. Thank you, Remix. Thank you, Remix, for kyaing at me. What does that even mean? What does that even mean, motherfucker? You dare to interrupt Judge Jigoku's tragic confession about his personal downfall? With kya? I don't fucking think so. Yeah. That sounds more like a karate sound effect to me, but if I was just reading that out, K-Y-A-A-A in all caps, I would have thought it was like a sweet Bruce Lee noise. But instead it was just a weird VTuber noise. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, and made an arrangement for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Well, that literally just confirms that what's-his-face is the Reaper. Lord Strongheart, 100%. 1000% Lord Strongheart is the Reaper. Like, there's not even any other possibilities now. It has to be him. A mastermind at the head of it all. Ah!
So that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper.
Because it has to be somebody who's high up in government, and it has to be not Van Zieks, which leaves one character we know about, which is Strongheart. It's gotta be him. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart, especially not that he's in the room right now. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France at his own death.
Oh, how awful!
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move.
What? What?
Well, so he wanted to kill him by strangulation, but he wanted to wait until the guard left for what reason? Why? He strangled him to fucking unconsciousness while the guard was there. And then he wanted to wait. What? This makes no sense. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned from the dining hall. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard outside the door, so I stopped choking him like fucking Bart Simpson. So I could strangle him later? That makes no sense. This makes literally no sense. Okay, sure, why not? I'd received the British-issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So, the revolver belongs to you, does it? And the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Ah! I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. Oh! So he never intended to set up Van Zieks at all. It was just actually all a coincidence. Interesting. If he's not still lying out of his ass, then the intended fall guy was Hugh Boone. Weird. Okay, that's cool. I get it now. That makes more sense than what I thought before. What still makes no sense is that with a guard directly outside of his door, he fought a guy to the point of strangling him to unconsciousness, and then decided it would be too loud to finish strangling him to death. So he waited till the guard left? That part still makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, he's definitely gonna be a fall guy in prison after this. After this is all said and done. But at least that part makes sense now. That makes a lot of sense. I took a hackney carriage over there. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel. There's Gregson. Gregson's in a box. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. That scared the shit out of me. That genuinely scared the fuck out of me.
John.
I was wondering why that song was emanating from his trunk that entire time we were talking to him. I guess that's why. It all adds up now. Gregson was trying to help us get him out. He wanted us to let his ass out of the box. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then, so I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? Are you telling me that his gigantic, lumbering, mountain man beard-having ass wore a red wig, and the distinguishing feature that the sellers told of him was that he had red hair? That's the only thing they could think of as a descriptor. For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah! I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
Why did you put the fish back?
Why did his ass put the fish back? This guy's dumb as hell. This guy is genuinely dumb as fuck. Why did he put the fucking smoking gun evidence back instead of just throwing it in the trash can? On the way, if he had just left that building with fish and chips and thrown it in the garbage, nobody in England would have thought a second thought about a man throwing away some fish and chips. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. Haha, Jigoku. Your ass is going to jail. Your ass is going to rehab. That's the most vicious penalty they offer. What I still don't get, though, that I'm assuming they're going to explain very soon, is why kill Gregson at all? If Gregson really is part of the Reapers organization, and he really is a good police inspector, then what motivation does the British government have to kill him? I don't get that part. That makes me think he's not really part of the Reapers at all.
An exchange of assassins? What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. I wonder who the bad guy is, man. I wonder who the bad guy is. Could that have anything to do with when the fact that this guy stands up, he literally has devil horns above his head? Could it have something to do with the fact that he wants to create a new world order in his evil clock tower? I just can't figure out who's the bad guy. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Oh, shit. Oh, this might not be the last trial. This might not be the last case. Oh no. Oh no. It's not even over? I've got bad news. I might have lied about this being the finale.
Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. Oh shit. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
What? I'm so fucking pissed. They said it was the final one. You said like 30 times that it was the final one. No, no more one more trial. It's supposed to be over.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Tobias Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor.
No. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Baroque Van Zeeks.
Was it Vans? It was not Van Zeeks. Kazumioid! The prosecution calls for the adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel?
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. Oh, good. This guy's dogged fucking insistence that Baroque Van Zeeks is guilty is helping us out a little bit at least. Woo! It's not even over. The trial continues. Hooray. It's still, the eternal trial drags on even further. Yeah, he's just obsessed with Van Zeeks being the bad guy, so that helps us out in this one time. Therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What?
But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Baroque Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear that you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku, but it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? Poor Mr. Van Zeeks, bro. He's getting thrown under the bus by 800 different fucking people. He can't catch a fucking break. He just got cleared of murder, so now they're saying he plotted the murder instead. He just can't get a break. Poor funny little fella. Alright, hang on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go refill my water real fast while we have a second here. And then when I come back, we're gonna reach the thrilling conclusion of part 1 of 37 of the finale of Ace Attorney. So sit tight during these quick commercial breaks. I'll be right back. I'm back. I've returned. Did I bring my water? I did. Okay, good. This music is so good in this game. They should have made a whole, sweet-ass dancing rhythm game to this Ace Attorney stuff. That would have been so cool. Nobody wants to do the court stuff. Everybody just wants to listen to the songs, you know what I mean? Van Zeeks does just want to go home. Van Zeeks wants to go home. He wants to cuddle up with his fucking Hello Kitty plushie. And he wants to play some Stardew Valley. He does not want to be in court today. The victim went to France only having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, and then to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm gonna prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? What? No! Poor Mr. Van Zeeks.
Order, order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard. Well, here's the problem, and this is probably what Kazuma's gonna bring up. But if Scotland Yard was the one doing the Reaper investigation, and this entire time, one of the cheap participants in the Reaper conspiracy was an inspector at Scotland Yard, there's a bit of conflict of interest there. That's like when a corporation investigates its own misconduct and declares that there was nothing wrong, right? It's like, there's a little bit of a problem there. It's a bit of an inconsistency that he could pick out. It's not great. They found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he's the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. Yeah, Van Zeeks, you did prosecute his only dad. That was a dick move. You don't just prosecute a man's dad. That's fucked up. That's messed up. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He was thinking about his dead-ass father. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony.
Yeah, that song goes so hard. I feel like the bossa nova stuff is in its own category of music, along with like sped up TikTok music and nightcore as music that is only ever heard in like internet videos as background music, you know? I don't know a single person who just like goes on Spotify and just starts listening to bossa nova music. I'm not denying that they exist. I just think that it's extremely irregular. And on this one occasion, I would permit them to listen to it, but in general, it's just not done. It's not a thing that's done in polite company. If you get in some dude's car and he's playing fucking bossa nova music on the radio, run. That's scary. That's serial killer shit. That's like people who listen to math rock. That's like people who just spend all day listening to fucking anime music. You know those dudes who spent all day listening to like VTuber songs and anime music? It's kind of like that, but slightly more normal, I guess.
The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange,
I keep hoping that one of Strongheart's reaction poses is gonna be him just like riding his little horsey. I think that would be fun. I know it would be out of character, but I think it would be cool too. I think it would be a fun gag. I don't know why he has a horse yet. It's completely inexplicable. He used to have a toilet plunger, and now it's a horse. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Oh, shit. It's not even over. Okay, thank God. I legitimately thought we were going to another trial. Stop drop-kicking the desk, Van Zeeks. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks, I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. Brink. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good! You have such a way with words, Kazuma. You have such a way. He just listened to Van Zeeks' schizophrenic 4chan monologue, and he replied with, good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this, and I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend. Honestly, they're making this seem like it's bad for us, but how is this not bad for him? They just said he's over-emotional and not thinking straight, and he's about to put the most important witness on the stand who we know didn't do anything. This seems like a massive win for our side of the aisle. How is this not a huge W for the defense? He's gonna be off his game because he's super emotional, and he's gonna fuck himself over. He's gonna shoot himself in the foot by getting nothing out of the guy. I say bring him up. I say bring the boy up.
And that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
As you wish, my lord. Yay, Van Zeeks is coming up. Woo! There he is. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. That is not true. That part's not true. Gregson, Wilson... Oh, Wilson, well, sorry. I thought it... Okay. There actually is a common thread between him and Gregson, which I hadn't even thought about until now. But we have a photo of it. Look at this. An old photographic print displayed prominently in Gregson's office. Lord Van Zeeks, Clint Van Zeeks, and Gregson Van Zeeks all just hanging out. Inspector Gregson hanging out with the Zeke boys, as they're known. Them old Zeke boys. Remember when they kept driving their big Confederate flag car over sweet jumps and stuff? I remember. But either way, that's kind of interesting, right? Why is that evidence for us? And why is Gregson clapping his hands like a fucking baby? Honestly, think about this. Snap off a piece of this Slim Jim and tell me if it makes sense. Remember how Van Zeeks, our boy, was talking about how when the Reaper of the Bailey shit first started, like people first started squawking about it, they were saying it was like the ghost of his brother had come back for revenge? What if that's not super wrong? What if Clint Van Zeeks is the OG actual Reaper of the Bailey after all? and he entrusted his will to Gregson, and that's why Gregson's involved. Maybe Gregson actually is a Reaper of the Bailey, and it's because he wants to carry on this guy's legacy, Van Zieks Sr. Because they are connected. We have this one photograph of them being like besties, but Gregson's not really super connected to this Van Ziek. So the only Van Ziek he could be connected to is this kind of mysterious one that we don't know anything about, who seems like vaguely menacing. Maybe the original Reaper of the Bailey rumors weren't super off. Maybe they weren't completely wrong. But I don't know. I feel like I'm onto something there. But at the same time, it also really seems like the Reaper is just Strongheart, right? Like, how is Strongheart not the most evil motherfucker in the room? That being said, it would be an amazing swerve. It would be a genuinely phenomenal swerve if Strongheart is just like totally on the up and up and he has no idea what's going on. That would be hilariously awesome and extremely unexpected, but I don't think that's where we're going with this. I think Strongheart is definitely the Reaper, but I don't know. There's something about this guy. There's something about him that I don't quite trust. That seems very menacing, especially his giant fucking mouth. The fact that his face is nothing but a giant mouth and nose, that part's very suspicious to me. It just makes him seem like an untrustworthy sort of fellow. I don't know. But that's not what they're at. I thought this is what they were asking here, but I misread the question. What we're looking for is a link between Van Zieks, Gregson, and Wilson, which I don't know what that is. No thread exists between myself, Gregson, Wilson. Clint's oh, it might be this. The autopsy report of Clint, signed by Wilson. Yeah, that's the one. Myself. Well, where's Gregson in that though? That's the problem, right? The coroner was Wilson. The autopsy report was on Van Zieks' brother, so that connects those two. How does it connect Gregson? Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. Aha! No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. John H. Wilson. I see. This is the one. This is the piece of evidence that connects them. Vital evidence removed from the victim's stomach during the autopsy. What evidence was removed from the stomach? I don't remember that. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. Huh. There's no common thread between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. Yeah, the Reaper theory that I have would be kind of cool, like a cool twist. But it wouldn't explain how that shit is, like, still so high level, right? If Gregson is the highest level member of the Reapers... The Reapers! We must stop the Reapers! That's Mass Effect. That's literally every dialogue in Mass Effect. If he was the highest ranking member of the Reapers, they wouldn't be able to pull off half the shit they pulled off. Strongheart literally has to be the Reaper. Like, the head Reaper. The head honcho. So then who's Clint Van Zieks? Why is he connected to Gregson? That's the part I don't get. That's them. That's the Reapers. That's definitely the Reapers right there. They all wear the little chow skull and crawl around. They just basically do chow karate on all their victims and kick them off the stage. So you deny all Oh, this is the other guy. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution. Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large... What the fuck is that sound effect? Crack Kid 2? Huh? How is that Crack Kid 2? I do like how the very end of that blurb, you could like hear the vine switching basically. That was definitely taken from like some TikTok compilation or something. You could hear the sound of like the transition between clips at the end of it. The Chimichanga Kid 2. Ah, that's the Kraka blurb, I see. I wonder if blurb considers Kraka to be a bad word and it like blocks blurps that are called that. Because you'd think there would be some blurb of a guy saying crack a ass or something. It's a sad day when there's no crack a blurps.
I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear.
Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? The truth! A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. He's got the same glove as the girl from Pokemon! Oh my god! Is that just a Japanese thing? He has the same glove that Pneumonia has whenever she comes and fucking harasses you for not doing Pokemon battles. I never realized that, probably because that game came out 2 days ago. Pokemon is so fire, man. That game is epic. Why?
Sawadee.
What is Sawasdee? I don't fucking understand. What is Sawasdee? I hate Guargura so much. Guargura is definitely the Reaper of the Bailey IRL, if I had to guess. No, it's not Sawasdee's nuts. Incorrect. Not true at all. Yeah, Pneumonia is Mexican, but here's the thing. For some reason, all the Pokemon games, the Scarlet and Violet is no exception, have a bunch of, like, Japanese shit in them, even though they don't take place in Japan anymore. Even the fucking, like, average everyday man was in, like, a Japanese sushi bar. And he's supposed to be some Spanish dude. It makes no goddamn sense. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. Just like Chimichanga to his family before he was disowned, it will come out. That was a very good speech. Oh, he's not talking. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. I'm not gonna remember. Spoiler alert, in 2 hours I'm gonna be like, huh? They never said that. What?
Enough dilatory chatter. Stop dilating yourselves in my courtroom. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Ah, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction, you're convinced, lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Play the sound effect, remix. Play the fucking sound effect. The Reaper and the Assassin exchange. Okay, so I think I know what the contradiction is already. It's that report we just talked about 2 seconds ago. He says there's no connection between me, Gregson, and Wilson, but there is one. It's not really a common thread between him, Gregson, and Wilson, but it is his brother. So I guess by like he's only one person removed. I'm gonna try it. Yeah, the autopsy report of Van Zeek's brother was signed by Wilson, and Gregson was the one who pushed for it to happen, the autopsy. Basically, the backstory of the autopsy is Van Zeek's is an aristocrat. They were not allowed to do autopsies on the aristocrats back in the day. That was a big no-no. It was like they're too sacred to autopsy them, but Gregson pushed for it, so they let him do it anyway. If I recall.
Objection.
Objection.
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report?
I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
I would love to have that little hammer that this guy has. He has a fucking golden unicorn gavel. I'm so fucking jealous. If I had a golden unicorn gavel, I would bang that shit all the goddamn time. I would use that to ban people, I'm pretty sure. You know how low tier god has that little toy like Thanos glove that he uses to ban people? I would use the golden unicorn gavel. The problem is my desk is so flimsy. I'm terrified that it's gonna break. I bet one day my desk is gonna break live on stream. I'm like almost positive it will. Cause it's like kinda flimsy and there's a lot of shit resting on it. There's always a full glass of water, a keyboard, a mouse, a speaker, a giant like mic setup, a giant mic arm hanging off the corner of it, and it's so flimsy. It has no support whatsoever. It's probably gonna shatter horribly.
What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, Counsel?
This is the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, and it's an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again. The Professor!
I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, the autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. Interesting. Wow. I don't remember that at all. Was that ever established before? Because that's pretty huge. That means the entire identity of the professor was contingent on like one evidence that was part of a rushed autopsy at the last minute. Interesting. So yeah, we definitely have a fake professor on our hands for super sure. The question is, who is it? I really want to say it's this idiot, Jigoku, but he really feels like he's written out of the story now. He really feels like he existed for like that one trial. Well, specifically that one part of that one trial. So who is he actually? He's not this guy. I mean, come on. He's definitely not Strongheart. That would be silly as hell. That would be goofy as hell. It would kind of make sense though, a little bit. But literally, who else could it be? It could be Gregson, but I really doubt it. It could be Barry Caden. I don't know. I don't know. Huh.
It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true.
What?
Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? Huh. For some reason the secret has been threatened. Why? That's a big leap, Kazuma. That's a big if. It makes sense if he's right, but why would you possibly believe that? By someone in power in Britain and Japan, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
Order. Order at once.
That is a conclusive link between the victims, right? It's like, why are these people being targeted by the British government? That is a link that they do have, is their link to the professor case. But the rest of his conjecture is just that. It's kind of baseless. It doesn't really make any sense. I mean, yet. He hasn't shown his evidence, though. Maybe he's gonna bust out some crazy evidence. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain.
whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What?
What the suck?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all.
Poor Gregson, dude. Gregson was such a good guy, man. All Gregson ever did was fabricate evidence and partake in an evil ritual killing of criminals outside of the courtroom. What's wrong with that?
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind.
Okay, at least he actually thought he was the professor. At least he actually thought he was the professor. Because that would be really bad otherwise. That'd be very bad. Yeah, poor Mr. Gregson. He didn't do anything wrong. I mean, this was the same MO of that prosecutor from the first Ace Attorney. He made up fake evidence if he thought someone was guilty. What's the problem?
Unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated!
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
I'm not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it?
That's right. Even then.
Flobbing. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. That dude, Gregson is so badass, bro. He wasn't even looking, and his ass did a one-handed briefcase block and broke this fucking weeaboo nerd's sword in half. Absolutely Giga Chad Gregson. Just the squealing little virgin Asogi trying to hit him with his sword, and he just blocked that shit. He fucking snapped his briefcase closed and broke his little gay-ass sword in half. He's so cool. Look, it's right here. That's the tip of the sword. He literally snapped that shit closed. Get your fucking bitch ass off my boat, son. Kazuma runs off the ship, tail tucked between his legs, and stays in a hotel that night. Waddles his ass back to England the next morning. Yeah, Gregson fucked him up. Gregson kinda owned him. Gregson definitely snapped in that moment. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, come on, say the line, Bart! Susanoo, you haven't said shit all trial, just say the line. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice, and that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baroque Van Zeeks. But didn't we learn before that Baroque Van Zeeks is actually cool and drinks a lot of wine? So think about that. He couldn't have done it. He's a hero. Uh-oh, he looks like he's done it. He looks like he definitely did it based on that facial expression. I don't know what that facial expression exactly is, but it's like Martian adjacent.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. As was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ah. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baroque Van Zeeks.
Oh my fuck. Fuck, shit. Oh.
Objection!
Kazuma Asogi. What?
Kazuma's so fucking lame, bro.
What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for the trial 10 years ago?
I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission.
In that case, I know the name of the Reaper.
I do too.
What? What? Huh?
Lord Van Zeeks?
I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
That's what I said. That's literally what I said like an hour ago. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that.
I believe I know who it is too.
You? I just had a feeling this name was gonna come up.
The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is...
It is him. Oh my god.
It's Mael Stromhard. The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mael Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart?
Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. I keep almost calling him Clit Van Zeeks. It's really a problem.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
He looks like Seymour Skinner saying pathetic in this pose, to be honest with you. Like, from this angle, whenever he stands up in this angle and gets his fucking devil horns going, it really looks like Seymour Skinner.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken.
It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Oh my god, he's so evil. Stop doing karate kicks. Van Zeeks, your brother is dead. You have to stop doing action poses.
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it's no joke. Consider this a formal accusation by the defense.
A formal accusation? That made no sense.
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd.
I can't fucking speak today.
The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it.
And where is your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
You mean to say?
I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything.
I bet you it's this sucker right here. This, the pocket watch. I bet it's the pocket watch. Because remember they said that he gets the pocket watch 10 years ago. And that he has to wind it every single day. And, like, the prosecutor, Lord Prosecutor himself, Strongheart, he has, like, an almost identical one. There's something with this. There's something with this pocket watch. But then again, he has to wind it every day. And I think it's already been more than 24 hours since it was last wound up. I don't know for sure, I don't remember for sure, but I think it already has been. But you'd think it would be some sort of like dead man's switch or something, like some sort of failsafe where if one of the members of the conspiracy dies, then they'll be able to, I don't know, some sort of secret message or something would come out. Something like that. Or maybe alert the other ones, maybe some like alert goes out to the other guys. Because they both have one. And this boy be winding it every single day. Gregson did. Having wound it up, it started ticking again. He has a little policeman that does the winding up too. What a Chad. But yeah, I don't know, we don't have any evidence, because Gregson's fucking dead as hell. Did he leave anything else behind besides the pocket watch? He left the pocket watch and he left the trunk, but there's nothing in the trunk but like his passport and shit. We have his ID, but that's not really helpful. We have his gun. Maybe his gun is important. We need somewhere he could have like left us some clue, some sort of hint behind. Arg! If it asks me, I'm fucked, because I have no idea what they want here. I feel very lost.
Order! Order in the court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there?
There's still one! There's still one! Mikatoba, baby! Remember Mikatoba? He was in this England 10 years ago.
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. I'm going to hit you with this unicorn now, pussy. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections?
Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? They fly now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy.
There is someone.
He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Oops. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope. Man, Strongheart, just hit the gavel, bro. Strongheart, you're literally the only person who has any say in what happens in this proceeding. Just hit the gavel. Just say we're done here. You guys are stupid. Go home. He's just letting this play out, man. He's trapped. If there's one thing you have to say about Strongheart, at least he's lawful evil. You know what I mean? At least Strongheart believes in the rules of the court. Once he's in court, he's like, I gotta ride this out. Actually, there is one person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There is no one left.
Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet.
Not yet. I'm kinda loaded down right now.
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is... I think it's Mikitoba, isn't it? It's not this guy. I always get them fucking confused because they're both... Well, they both have crazy Japanese names. This guy was also there. This guy was also there, though. No. This guy was also there. He was at the prison cell. Yeah, so Mikitoba wrote the report. That's what I was trying to remember, is which one of them wrote the report. And it's Mikitoba. That's right, because that's what kicked off Iris's schizophrenic meltdown. That's what kicked off Iris's completely insane breakdown as to the identity of her father. Was the fact that she saw this guy's handwriting. And for some reason, she thought it was her dad. For reasons that have still yet to be explained, she thought it was her dad's handwriting. I'm still confused about that whole sequence of events, but I think it was him.
Take that! Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese!
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Yujin Mikitoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikitoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect, bitch. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikitoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikitoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. No. The defense's demand is denied.
What? But Professor Mikitoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes.
No, of course he's not going to agree to it.
Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony.
The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
Sick burn, Strongheart. Your dad is dead and he a hoe. And he's you. He got his ass. He got hit by like a fucking gunshot from that verbal bullet.
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstance that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
But we all know what happened. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word.
Erg!
This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi.
Haha, somebody mad. Grrr. Uwag! I was close. He said uwarg. I said uwag.
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over.
What? Who's holding it? Oh my god. Oh my... What? It's Sholmes! I thought it was fucking Van Zeeks. Where did you come from? Where did he fucking come from? He's been gone the entire trial. He was on a fucking boat to France last time we saw his dog ass. Mr. Sholmes!
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
He turned into Scooby-Doo for a second there, too. That's how sad he got. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. That was definitely the studio audience moment. Sholmes busted into the room like Kramer into Jerry's apartment, just ready to go. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayo Strongheart, it is imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may, we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory. Get it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows. Should the trial end at this juncture? Let's go, Sholmes. Sholmes is literally using his fucking influencer status as a TikTok boy to influence the court findings. That is so messed up. This whole trial should be a mistrial. After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors?
Order! Order in the court.
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Tricked ya, it's a door. Just keeping you on your toes. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. That was definitely a nerd emoji. I called it.
Yes, if he calls the trial to end, it must end.
But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here who I don't know what that said. It was too fast.
What's... The trial should go on. Summon the witness.
That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody. They're all coming to our aid. All of the noble Japanese judiciary members. Or I think they're British. I don't fucking care. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here.
Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law.
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
Let's go, Shadow People! The Shadow People definitely came in clutch, man. They were there the whole game. That was fucking Chekhov's Shadow People. The Slender Man who stand in the background of the court the whole game. They finally came through. They saved the day.
On with the trial! On with the trial!
They're chanting! Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. That's awesome. Let's go, Herlock. Herlock always brings the hype, man.
The court will recess briefly while I change my pants. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations.
Yeah, you did.
Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
Let's go, Herlock. He brought him with. He was, our boy Van Zeeks was bribing the Shadow Men this whole time. That's secretly why he was throwing those bottles over his shoulders. It wasn't to destroy him at all. Mikatoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikatoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course. In truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo! Ah, yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely.
It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards, and a reminder, if you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
Yeah, fork! So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Is that really why his name is Mael Strongheart? That's such a fucking stretch. Because it sounds like Maelstrom. What? That makes no fucking sense. That makes no fucking sense. He's fucking Mael Stromheart? Hello? Video game, are you in there? That's the pun? I was trying to figure that shit out for weeks! That's the worst pun I've ever heard. That's the first time they've even referred to him as a maelstrom. And maybe they did before, I don't remember. Don't you dare say to be continued, sucker. Don't say it. No! No! There's another 8 trials to go. Next, we have to convict Maelstrom's older brother, Stronger Strongheart as he's known. He's just the same as Strongheart, except he's 3 times bigger and has no shirt. Strongest Heart is the final villain of the game. Can you stop fucking looking at me like that, creature? Oh, okay, no, it's not actually like a real to be continued, thank God. It's not a true to be continued, it's just a baby one. So witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Eugen Mikatoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo.
And Professor Mikatoba, the young lady beside you is...
Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She's just appeared.
You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to the autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no fucking sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? Bird mode. The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you.
Oh, that's the wrong guy.
I remember you, Dr. Mikatoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners.
So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Tisk, Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
You don't fucking know shit, you weren't there, Maria Gori.
Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh!
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
Oh my god. Well, I'm about to get him kicked out of the court because I gotta find some problem with what he says.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-styled sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Interesting. So he died from a Western sword transfixing his heart. Huh. I don't remember that. It probably says that in that autopsy report, though. A single stab wound to the heart. Okay, so what it didn't mention was that it was a Western-style sword, which doesn't really change anything.
Now that I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Okay, so this is something they mentioned in the autopsy report that I definitely need to ask about. Check it out. No document in the corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from victim's stomach during autopsy. That I don't think we ever learned about. If we did, I don't remember it, so I'm gonna press that statement anyway. I don't think we know what the evidence removed from the victim's stomach was.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
He ate something to identify his assailant? That's genius.
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication?
Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to it in testimony. Keck. Keck, 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 keck. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it, I swear he did.
Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
I like how she's just slightly rotated towards him the entire time. Looks so fucking weird.
If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. Thank you, Susato.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Humph.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke!
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Humph.
Kek.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. Okay. I honestly don't really know what the problem is with this one, to be totally honest. That's right, there's something I want to press, for sure. There's something I definitely want to press. Right, the thing recovered. We have to find out. I can definitely see Dr. Maria Gori fucking peeking at me from behind the corner of the screen, and it's quite scary. It's actually quite demonic in nature. It reminds me of that scene in Insidious, when the demon was like peeking out from behind that guy's head and it looked like Darth Maul. She's basically the demon from the movie Insidious. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the guard. I want to press that too a little bit, but not really.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Alright, let's press this. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? Ew!
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand. There, their 4th ring finger.
What? The digitus quartus? I've never heard that before in my fucking life. This dude is definitely a Neil deGrasse Tyson moment.
Ring finger? I believe you meant to say digitus quartus. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was surrounded by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been.
Interesting. Deep abrasions? Huh. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? How does a ring cause giant abrasions on your fingers, and yet when you eat it, there are no signs of internal injury? That's kind of strange, isn't it? Maybe it was just really fucking tight. Maybe that shit was tight as fuck. Wait, there's an infinite loading screen in fucking Violet? That's hilarious. No, I've never seen that. So far, I've actually not had loading screens like at all in Scarlet and Violet. They've been pretty fast. I've been lucky, man. My game has only crashed 32 times, and I've only lost 8 hours of progress and 8 shinies. So, like, overall, my performance in Scarlet and Violet is godlike. Oops.
There were deep abrasions. They arrested the man then and there, right before my eyes.
How could they? I brought the ring along with me today.
Is it like a specific moment in the game that always has a long loading screen, or is it just random? Is it just a random loading screen bug that happens whenever? What? How did you do that? Oh my god. That's the most fucking metal-ass World of Warcraft Ring of +2 magic I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Here it is, a bit dusty from the years in the stores.
Good gracious. Yes, that's it.
Okay, yeah, there's no way dude swallowed this. There's literally not a single chance dude fucking swallowed this shit and didn't cause internal injuries to himself. Could you imagine having that shit go down your esophagus? Could you imagine having to swallow that fucking shit whole? Hell no, bro. I could barely eat up pills.
I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
Oh, for a raid? Weird. No, for me, the raids have been, like, pretty fast loading. But I haven't really done the multiplayer raids too much, so maybe that's where it comes into real play. There's, like, you could do random, multiplayer raids, and I've barely done any of those.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikitoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just that thinking back on it now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Oh my god.
Dr. Gorey, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
I don't know. No, why not? I'm a bird now.
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Oh, it was a single-player raid. Shit, no, I haven't had that at all. Huh. No, for me, the single-player raids have, like, loaded pretty damn fast. I haven't had any really loading screen issues. That's really weird, huh? I wonder why. I wonder why just some raids would take instant forever like that. You know when stuff takes instant forever and it won't load? That's the part I really can't wrap my twat around. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that it's crucial evidence.
Very well, you may submit it.
The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. It sure isn't. Someone logged into Among Us. Woo! This game is basically like what if Among Us was single player. Kind of. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Do we? Why don't we just fucking present that shit against the statement where there was no internal injuries? Yeah, there were no signs of internal injury. Why don't we just present this against that? Well, she literally said to inspect it, so I guess we will. Ba-da-ba-bop. It really doesn't look Japanese at all, does it? It looks like it's made of a fucking lug nut. It looks like it's made of some fucking machined parts. Japanese people don't have machines. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Oog! Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Okay, yeah, we're presenting this.
Objection!
Objection! The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikitoba?
That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. That's a stretch. That's a stretch. But I'll take it. I mean, I'm going with it. Let's go. It loaded that. Well, here's what I want to know. In the raids in the new Pokemon thing, like Scarlet and Violet, is the Eevee raid gonna be happening for a while, or was that like just Thanksgiving? Because I kind of want more Eevees, is all. I want more like Eevee types, with the different Terra types.
Terrorize!
Right now I just have, I think I have a Steel Eevee, and I have a Flying Eevee and a Ghost Eevee, and that's it. Okay, still I'll go good. I'm gonna get more of them. I'm gonna get a couple more. Because I'd rather get them now, when it's super easy, rather than have to get them like way later, you know? When it's gonna be a huge pain in the ass to collect all the Terra shards. I'm gonna get an Ice Eevee too. Ice Eevee as he's known. I can't remember if I got one of those already. Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it then and there in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? Yeah, exactly. Get him, Kazuma! Drag his ass! I didn't feel like it. I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you, pussy?
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
Wilson, you fucking crack-ass. He's such an evil man. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
She looked like a damn Pokemon when she wears that mask.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Wow, what a fucking character arc. What a character arc. So compelling. Get on with it! Yes, the ring. What about the ring?
I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have.
And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis?
My limp penis?
A memory I have about my limp penis. About Genshin Asogi saving my life.
I was just thinking about this. Yeah, he has this story of Genshin Asogi saving his life, and he said nothing about it. He just said it happened and he doesn't remember anything else, conveniently.
What?
My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. I was enjoying a succulent Chinese meal, and we were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left pussy. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Oh. Oh.
I don't get it. I don't get why that's important at all.
Ah! Are you saying? Wait, let me solve it. Let me solve the puzzle. I'm gonna spin the Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune! Little and ring fingers of the right hand. Wait, this is Clint Van Zeeks, though. Shit. That's not him at all. I don't get it. I don't get what the problem is at all. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. They'll figure it out. These characters will figure it out for me. It's fine. Limp penis, but no. I think the new Pokemon game just has a problem with adjectives, which doesn't make any goddamn sense, but for some reason when you enter adjectives before bad words, it like completely bypasses the word. It makes no sense, but I think that's how it works. I think, honestly, that they did such a bum bitch-ass job that they didn't bother to, like, contextualize the words. You know what I mean? Like, to search out the bad words. They literally just had a hit list. Like, you can't name your Pokemon quote-unquote bitch, and that's it. But if you name it, like, X-bitch, it probably works. It was probably actually just, like, context-sensitive instead of searching for the characters in the name. It must just be like a list. It might just be a list of names that they said were inappropriate. If you tried something really common like big penis, maybe that wouldn't even work.
Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after?
Oh shit! Get the fuck off my ring!
That's messed up. What does that have to do with his left hand? I guess he just remembered seeing the ring is what the deal is. Interesting.
Meow, 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 meow.
Which implies that it was planned out somehow. Fucking? Probably because you're putting fucking first. I bet if you typed like motherfucking as a Pokemon name, it would work. I bet if you put like dog fucking, for example, then it would go through. I bet that's how it works. I bet that must be how it works.
Objection.
Objection!
Objection.
They should have made this guy voiced by Chris Chan.
You pathetic coward!
You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? What that means? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. J'accuse! You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrest... Kazuma. Open your eyes! That's racist. You cannot say that to a Japanese man. That's fucking messed up. Ryunosuke! You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Kek. Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the dogtopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
My name is Skylar White-Yo. My husband is Walter
Yeah!
Uh-huh.
My name is Skylar White-Yo.
All forms of fuck? Wow, they got every fuck possible. They even got dog fucking? That's crazy that they even blocked that out of Pokemon. I mean, good on them. They got the real curse words. They got the actual real curse words dead and gone. I respect it. It does make no sense, though. I thought I found a solution to the way it worked, but I did not.
Oh. Fuck. Work! In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once banned the claims against his ass. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then, motherfucker.
Oh my, that is very strange.
If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Arg! Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Arg! He fucking owned my ass in 1 second, in one fell's fucking swoop. Dick is banned, but cock is not. That's a good Pokemon moment. Honestly, cock is the better word. But then again, cock is also the more offensive one, I feel like. I feel like cock is slightly more vulgar than dick. Because dick is exclusively used as like a word of levity. Nobody ever says like, oh yeah, suck my dick. They'll say, oh, suck my dick. You know, like, as an insult. As a replacement for the actual word itself. Like the sexual organ. You pretty much only ever hear cock. Because dick is so, like, non-sexual. It just sounds goofy. You'd think it would be the other way around, if anything. If that autopsy was all above the dick, there will be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole!
I beg your pardon? What's that about my giant hole?
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation.
He was being sack-mailed, dude.
You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining his silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence.
A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
Yab 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 doog doog doog. Oh hell yeah, bubbled ass is tradable. Woo! Let's go bubbled ass. I'm glad for his little bubbly ass. That means my bubbled ass is also tradable. You're definitely getting a pork chomp though, whatever that thing's name is. Le Chomp. Honestly, the name I just came up with in 1 second is unironically better than their official Pokemon name. Pork Chomp is 1,000 times better than fucking Lechonk. What explains Asogi's silence in court? Recent scarlet red ink stains were visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. Maybe it's that.
The Asogi Papers.
I request upon my death my possessions and wealth. Probably this. It's probably the Asogi Papers. It's probably the Asogi Papers. It's gotta be the Asogi. There's nothing else. What could it be if not the Asogi Papers that revolves around Asogi's silence in court? Dismissal notice. Sucker. Chief Warder Daily Vigil. That's right. Chief Warder Daily Vigil has done stuff bad. He abated and edited the escape from the Gronvik just prior to his execution. I see. It's this. It's because he already had a deal in effect where he would be able to escape from prison. It's probably this.
I'm gonna go with the dismissal notice!
We still have 5 pips, so like, if worse comes to worse, all that happens is I lose a pip. I'm going for it. I'm feeling it, baby. I've got it deep in my fucking big gut. I'm feeling this one.
Take that!
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
I'm such a god, dude. I'm so clutch. I'm actually clutch boxing this whole game. I'm literally clutch boxing this entire fucking game. I'm so good. My brain is firing off so many fucking neurons right now. Really? Bubble Bass stinks? Why? He's cool as fuck. That's so unfortunate, man. In Pokemon, the best looking Pokemon are always terrible. Like that cool ass Dolphin. That cool ass Dauphine. I wonder how I evolve them. An escape that was only possible.
Because he'd been sentenced to death.
I also don't like the new villain team either. I think it's kind of lame. Team Song and Dance, whatever they're called. They do kind of suck a lot. Pokemon always tries to make it more like compelling for kids by just turning it into like baby adventures. But kids don't want to play fucking baby adventures. That's the thing. Kids always want to play stuff about, like, being a cool hero. Like, you don't want to watch a fucking... If you're a kid who's in kindergarten and you spent all day at fucking school, just, like, drawing shit with crayons and eating mulch, you don't want to play a game about going to fucking kindergarten and fighting other kindergartners. It's like, that's my fucking daily life, bro. My name is Daily Life, bro. Vine boom sound effect. Vine boom sound effect. It led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Wow. That's pretty crazy, but why would they do that? Honestly, I think I've managed to narrow down even the professor's identity to one of two people. I think at this point, the professor himself is either male Strongheart, in which case he would be both the professor and the Reaper, which would be interesting but kind of crazy. Or alternatively, and this is kind of a crazy one, but bear with me for a second. Where is he? Where is he? Right here. Van Zeeks Sr. I think he is the professor, secretly, the whole time. Because think about it, this whole entire thing, this whole conspiracy, is contingent upon the fact that whoever was secretly the professor, they were trying to cover up for him so fucking hard. They went to so much length just to let this guy free, to let the professor free. So why would you do that? It would kind of make sense if he was a respected member of the aristocracy. Like, what a huge scandal that would be in the judiciary if this respected nobleman and, like, respected member of the British law was secretly a vicious serial killer, right? Like, you want to cover that shit up and bury it 6 feet under. That would explain why they went so far out of their way to do a frame job. My old theory of the Japanese dude would still make a little bit of sense, but it's still a long way out of the way to go just for that, you know? Just to have some guy you can blackmail in the future, working in a different country. This one, I think, makes a lot more sense. This professor makes a lot more logical sense. There's fewer hoops you have to jump through to get there. I think it might be him. I think it might be his little ass. The elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Yeah, I feel the same way about Team Skull. It was fun in Sun and Moon when there was like a lame villain team who was a bunch of dorks. Because it's like basically the same appeal as the original Team Rocket, right? Like in the show, the group that you see in the show. It's just like funny when there's bumbling villains. But at this fucking point in Pokemon, they've done it every single time since. And it's lame.
Order, order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison?
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I assure you he is extremely thorough. We both wired Warclay in the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
Holy shit! What the fuck?
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. Herlock Sholmes is coming in clutch, dude. Herlock Sholmes is busting out all the fucking stops right at the end. Yeah, Team Skull was cooler because they were actual villains. I wanted the next Pokemon villain team to just be min-maxers. I want the next Pokemon villain team to be a team of people who are just like Sweatlord competitive Pokemon players. And all they do is like breed a billion Pokemon and then set all the weak ones loose. And it's just a huge fucking problem. They're just fucking running rampant in the countryside. Because there's this team of assholes who are trying to breed perfect IV, perfect nature Pokemon. Just setting hundreds of Pokemon loose that they don't want. They just have a factory full of Dittos and Pokemon they're trying to breed them with. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the truth behind these disturbing findings.
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
I feel like the ones in Sword and Shield had the potential to be fucking awesome and hilarious. The fact that they're all just like British idiots who love soccer too much was amazing. Like that's a hilarious concept for a villain team. But they don't end up actually doing anything. Like if they have ended up being threatening, like they were trying to like sabotage the other competitors. Like imagine if instead of just running around being morons, their entire goal had been like to make Marnie win by underhanded tactics. Like secretly stealing the Pokemon of the other competitors. Or like intimidating the other competitors and making them not show up for their matches. Then they could have been a fun villain team. If they were like an evil organization, but instead they were just weirdos. I don't think they even did anything evil the whole time. All they did was yell. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. Stupid idiot, thought he was the wrong guy? My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh, the professor? We've already been through all this afore, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was nae anything untoward happening. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Jesus. Yeah, kill his ass? He didn't do nothing, man. Guards, hold on there, laddie. All I did was...
Witness, Governor Caden.
Aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
Hello, witnesses. The jailbreak plot.
It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
That is exactly what Gregson said when he was confronted too. Interesting. Very interesting. That is, to a T, exactly what he said. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? Yeah, I do like them too. I am a fan of Team Flare. They're pretty fun. He was such a... I just think that Lysander was such a missed opportunity. He was so fucking a pushover. Was it his ace Pokemon in like all of his fights just fucking Little Leo? His ace Pokemon was like that fucking lion thing that's really weak. He didn't have like a single good Pokemon in any of his fights. Who authorized that plan? Honestly, I think one of the things that people don't realize they don't like about Gen 6 is that. It's the fact that, like, the villain teams you fight really aren't that strong in that gen compared to the Pokemon you get. Usually in Pokemon, up until the very recent gens, you got dog shit Pokemon. People don't remember that. Playing Gen 4 and 5, the first 20 hours of those games, you have like fucking Starly in your party. They don't give you any good fucking Pokemon in those games. But in Gen 6, they gave you tons of fucking Pokemon right out the gate. Like, you can have Garchomp within like the first 20 minutes. It's crazy. Like, you can get so many good Pokemon in that one. So in Gen 6, you kind of just steamroll all of the enemies. A lot of blame goes to the EXP share. And I feel like the real cause is the fact that you get like fucking Mega Lucario, Garchomp, just like all these super good Pokemon super early. Yeah, that's true. And it like gives you them too. You get like gifted a bunch of amazing Pokemon super early on. So I don't know. I feel like that game gets a lot of flack, kind of unfairly, for that reason. It's they let you play with too many good Pokemon. Is that really a flaw, or is it the fact that Pokemon games are always dog shit easy? I think that's more of the actual problem, and that's not exclusive to X and Y. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was nae a thing about that professor case that was nae unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell ya. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Cross-examination. The jailbreak plot. Yeah, I think the worst part about Gen 6, honestly, is the same as all Pokemon games. And it's not only modern Pokemon games, literally all of them since the first one. It's that, like, the story stuff is so dog shit. It's just so ass. It's just so fucking ass. Has always been the worst part of Pokemon, is actually doing the main story. The other stuff has always been fun, and the main story's always sucked. And in Gen 6, it sucked, like, extra hard, because it was around that time. Like, the DS to the 3DS era was when they started just having way more story. They just started inundating you with fucking story shit. Just like cutscenes on cutscenes on cutscenes into a battle against your friendly rival who has one Pokemon back into more cutscenes again. Like, it just was so tedious. It was the day the Japanese jock was found guilty. I assigned the convict to the chief warder. I was responsible for Asogi up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I deny Ken if there were some negotiations. I'm gonna press this last one. All I did was carry out me duty, because that's the exact same thing Gregson said when he was called out. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after his escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the Jocko to the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. What's up with you, buddy? What's up with you, little guy? Excuse me. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Oog. Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. He salutes now! What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. What? That fucking scared the shit out of me. That's so loud, Chimichanga. That's so fucking loud. I'm gonna talk over the whole thing so it doesn't play at full volume. That was extreme. That literally was fucking shaking my entire setup. I thought that there was an earthquake. There was rocks and dust and shit falling down in the background. That shit was so loud. How is that Kirby in Fortnite? How is that blurb possibly called Kirby in Fortnite? What does it have to do with Kirby? What does it have to do with Fortnite? See, now that's nice and quiet. See, now that one is just perfect volume. Just so fucking quiet, it's getting drowned out by Daily Vigil's theme song. But the Kirby song? Nah, that shit loud as hell. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? I was just thinking of that song again. They should have added that. Any game like this that has like really chill orchestral music, they should just always have that 15-second loop of Kirby and Fortnite and all those soundtracks at a random time. Just somewhere throughout the 50-hour-long game. Like Elden Ring, one boss fight, that should have kicked in for 10 seconds. It just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Asogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony! Gods! Aye, go on then. Somebody mad. Somebody needs changing. We gotta get fucking Strongheart out of his high chair now. Strongheart should definitely have a Farquaad thing going on where he secretly was like, had tiny little legs. That would have been a great character quirk. He should have always been obscured from the waist up every time you see him until right at the end he steps out and he's just got tiny ass little legs. That would be fucking sweet. He didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Well, he did have something. Well, he did have something to bargain with.
The Asogi papers. Right? Let's press this first.
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely.
I can see that myself.
After all, did the prosecution no have conclusive evidence against the Carlier?
This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection! Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen to your bitch ass.
Aye, that's right.
So what I'm saying is,
the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all.
The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him the angle to negotiate. But what did he have? All he had was the fucking, the Doji papers. And it does describe them literally as the only weapon I have left. He says Mr. Asogi describes it as the only weapon I have left. And it says he must be armed with something. Yup. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. And perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. I don't know.
Yub.
I knew nothing of any plot. Let's press this too. Daily Vigil saying he was responsible right up until the end, but he knew nothing of any plot.
Hold it!
Let's press that. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Losh, Vigil, I cannae apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? I'm gonna try the Deacon papers. But how did he negotiate with his papers? It literally says it's the only weapon he has left. Maybe he's referring to the sun. Maybe he literally is so fucking evil and big brains that he planned all this shit. He wanted his son to come avenge him someday. He knew he couldn't win. He knew he couldn't win eventually, so he was like, fuck, my son's gotta do it. But that wouldn't explain why England said, yeah, sure. Baby. Dee. I don't know if there was some negotiation. Let's press this too first. I don't know if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. I don't know why I didn't press this already. I should definitely press this. Let's try that. But he doesn't know about it, so it shouldn't be terribly helpful.
But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I dinna ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling you what I don't know for sure. I ken that much I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction.
I have only loved one woman.
What?
Only one.
What is that fucking from? That's Game of Thrones! That's Game of Thrones! That's Little Dinger. Yeah, I remember him.
I have only loved one woman.
Imagine being a grown-ass man with a fucking epic tower and only having loved one woman in your whole life. Littlefinger definitely never knew how to live. Absolutely, that's the greatest tragedy in all of Game of Thrones, was Littlefinger's tragic tale of being a fucking weird incel. Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis?
Good rebuttal, Caden. Good, sick rebuttal, bro. You fucking owned his dog ass.
I have only loved one limp penis in my whole life. Only one.
I don't know, man. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. Did we already press this? And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me, I pinky promise. I believe that we will win. We are gonna win, Remix. I'm beating this whole game tonight. It's starting to look like I'm not beating this game tonight. I got bad news. It's so hard. Do I like the detachable penis song? Can't say I've ever heard it. Can't say I've ever heard the detachable penis song. I like the concept. Strong concept for a song. I just want to know if the detachable penis is capable of performing what's known as a rocket punch with its detachable nature. It wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. Yard. I put the plan into action behind the scenes. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat.
That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I have no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I would not be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd be given similar orders. I wonder how many people are going to keep watching the World Cup based on the first couple matches. Everything I've heard about the first couple matches of this World Cup in soccer, it just sounds so fucking boring. I won't spoil like exact scores or anything, but just, I don't know. I don't give a fuck about soccer. I could not be bothered. It's like 2 hours and just not jack shit happens. Ever. Goal! The only good part is the Mexican announcers, that's it. So you don't know who else was involved. Aye, that's right. All I can tell ya is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Scythe as she's known now.
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Yeah. You don't give a fuck about me, Wakapee? Give a fuck about this. Timed out. I timed out Wakapee. I timed out Wakapee for being so rude. Just to teach the rest of you fucks a lesson.
about second-guessing anything that I goddamn say. If I say the World Cup is boring, you say yes, Zaddy, or yes, sir. I don't want to hear any fucking back chat. I knew nothing of any plot. Da 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 da. I will also accept yes, sir, meow, sir. So the ring, he didn't have the ring on him, so it's not the ring. We'll do process of elimination again. It's nothing here, doesn't have anything to do with any of this fucking shit. Because none of this shit has anything to do with him. Doesn't have to do with this. Notice board. The Asogi papers, he says, are the only weapon he has left. End quote. He believes that he is green. He also has his greatsword Karuma. He also has his great-ass sword Karuma with the dang tip missing and such. Karuma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. Is there anything at all that's mysterious about this except for the tip? Except for the great tip Karuma. I was so sure this thing was going to be important. Because it's literally Chekhov's big dumb Japanese sword. From the very fucking beginning of the game, they fucking talk this shit up as being super important. It's just not. It's just absolutely goddamn nothing. Huh. I think it has to be his last will and testament, his Asogi papers. It has to be. There's nothing else that has anything to do with anything.
Objection. Objection.
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon! Havers! The fellow could possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Well shit, I should have done that fucking 10 minutes ago.
Please come put your lips on my penis.
That's inappropriate, Chimichanga. That's just horribly inappropriate. Oh, that guy definitely sounded like the little pussy guy. I think there's always something that gives an extra kick to weird, perverted people. Is when they have, like, just really bad microphone quality. Really bad microphone quality. It turns out Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Garg! Gargirgo! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament! This will is the only weapon I have left now. That's gonna be Genshin Asogi's voice as the little pussy guy. A weapon! And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which came known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jings, what the blazes are you blithering about? A will was found, right and proper. In the fellow's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom. Well, did they do a proper job, eh, ya peely-wally galoot? You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you afore, did I no, yon lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi."
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
Oh my fucking god.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this.
Please come put your lips on my penis.
No! Chimichanga, enough. That's so inappropriate. That's so disgusting that he would say that.
Would you please come put your lips on my penis?
I will say, to all the gentlemen out there, that is, honestly, the thing that women find the most attractive is being begged over weird videos to have, you know, to come suck their penis. That's, like, when you think of all the, like, female fantasy stuff that they'll watch, like Twilight and shit, and, you know, 50 Shades of Grey, it's always about weird men in their bedroom, like, begging to have their penis sucked. That's always the heroes of those tales. But that's considered, like, the peak of masculine sexuality. Is just speaking through your really bad microphone and trying to get your dick sucked.
We need to know exactly what happened with these Asogi papers.
A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something.
It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place.
Is your lordship going to gloss over these facts? What did you say?
Testify!
Have him testify again, mate. The trial must go on. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord.
He still has the strangulation marks on his neck, that's awesome. Hungry box! That's what they fucking should be chanting. If they had any class, they would have been cheering for Hungry Box. They don't even know he exists yet, but they're summoning him into existence like a fucking eldritch entity. Hungry Box was born into this world by an ancient ritual conducted beneath the sea's floor, and he literally popped off into existence, rupturing the eardrums and killing everyone present at the time. All of the summoners were destroyed into red mist.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fella's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar the one say, you little waffinger? Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Oh my god. Daily Vigil's going on the fucking warpath.
Little and large, what a double act. We compiled with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannae deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it is my father's brushwork.
Really? And this is the last will and testament, was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
Hungry box! Cross-examination, again.
As the warder responsible, I kept watch over his cell. Okay, so he was doing something with that will in his cell. He was shoving it up his ass. I'm going to press 2 statements. I'm going to press this one, the 5th statement, the fact that the document was in his kimono, and I'm going to press this statement, that he was doing something with the will in his cell, because that seems important too. And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he?
Yes, that's right.
And like the bampot you are, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right.
Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously.
Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell? Wait, what? So, the reason they exist is because of Stronghearts? He told him to write it? That doesn't make any sense. That's weird. Huh. Maybe it's like a British thing and they didn't know about it in Japan. That could be. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Oh, well. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor. A prison governor can be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? He's not on the stand, bro. He doesn't have to answer shit.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then.
Well, the thing is about that will.
Yup. Alright, I'm gonna press this one. A document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it was called. I would never wear a kimono because I would feel like I was wearing a dress. I would never wear a kilt, and I would never wear a kimono. Because I basically only wear jeans and like work pants. I would never wear a fucking kimono. Imagine just walking around wearing a fucking dress all day. That's what it would seem like. You see that fucking Susato's dad always walking around in his fucking dress? I don't want to look like that. And Mr. Asogi's kimono? Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
His sword now! Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? What? So he did have the sword in the prison. What? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye, he wrote that will afore he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see.
Dr. Mikatoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri ink stone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. What the fuck is that? I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just looked like a squirming mess of jet black earthworms to me.
I thought I could too. So why in bloody hell does Makarov know you?
Why does Makarov know you? Was that from the original Modern Warfare 2 or the new one? Because I've played the original Modern Warfare 2 and I don't remember that shit. Makarov! It must be Modern Warfare 2, because Makarov wasn't in Modern Warfare 1, I don't think. Pursue. I'm pursuing this jet black earthworm. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Oh, Modern Warfare 3. Okay, yeah, that explains why I don't remember that part, because I don't really have played Modern Warfare 3 as played it much. Lol. I played 2 a lot. I played Modern Warfare 2 like a couple times, the story mode. Same with Modern Warfare, the original, Call of Duty 4. But 3? I didn't play that much at 3, so I don't remember that part. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil!
Sir, it was Scarlet, sir.
Huh? What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
We know which version of Pokemon this sucker got, that's all I'm saying.
Nothing. Jon Snow.
Yeah. Remember that time when Jon Snow had sex with a weird Irish cave woman? Remember that weird Irish cave woman that Jon Snow was sticking it to? What a guy. I would have never had sex with a weird cave woman. That's how you get that fucking... that saber-toothed tiger STDs, man. I wouldn't mess around with that. They did not know how to wrap it up back in the cave days. The original Modern Warfare 2 had the controversial no Russian level. It sure did. That level fucking rocks. They shot the saddest part is when at the end they shoot the American war criminal in the chest and kill him. I literally fucking cried because it was so sad. All he ever did was mow down hundreds of innocent civilians. And somehow that makes him the bad guy? He was a hero. Are they actually married? Jon Snow and Joanne Snow? That's kind of cool. A lot of actors meet on the set. That's like a thing. Because it's like you're a very close proximity. And you're always shoving your tongues in each other's mouth holes. So it's like easy to catch feelings for somebody, I guess. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance? Possibly. Or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
He was literally just doing his job. They sent him there to shoot Russians, and by God, he shot a lot of Russians in that fucking shopping mall. Exactly, it's just like when Wakabi, remember that part in Saw? When that stupid woman ran her baby headfirst into a door, and it's somehow supposed to be that other guy's fault? That's kind of how like it was with No Russian. Like, that guy didn't do anything wrong when he killed that woman's baby with a door. Saw spoilers. That's a spoiler for Saw 2 if you guys haven't seen it yet. You got spoiled. A baby gets hit by the door trap. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink. But perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it! Scarlet, you say?
Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. The color of... blood! At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
What's the matter, Strongheart?
Witness, is that really what you saw?
Sir!
Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Dine haver. You can plainly see the writing here. It's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night?
Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back.
But it was definitely a will, was it?
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder?
If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo,
Good pun, Suzato.
you must present it to the court at once.
That testimony doesn't give much away.
So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon.
It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing.
But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
Shut your ass up, just cuz, bro. How dare you put a squiddling on my screen? How dare you put a fucking squiddling on my screen? Just because she said inkling. You might have had something.
Which is it, Mr.
Hello.
That was so fucking loud. Damn. Jigsaw is so scary, bro. That being said, I'm not really... The thing about Jigsaw is, like, as far as horror movies go, it's not that effective to me, because I've never done anything wrong in my whole life. Like, I've lived a life of objective moral purity. So, like, if Jigsaw trapped me, the worst he would do is, like, the reverse Chinese finger trap. He wouldn't do anything that bad to me, because I never do anything bad. So, like, he would have nothing on me. His whole thing is he only goes after people who do something bad or, like, don't value their life or something. It's confusing. He usually goes after people who don't value their life, like, regardless of morality. But then in the new one, he randomly just... In the one we just saw, like Saw 6 or whatever, he just goes after a guy who was evil. Like, he was just a bad dude, but he didn't not appreciate his life. It doesn't really... He's very inconsistent, that Saw fella. He's a little bit mentally unstable, if you could believe that. The guy who created a clown puppet to murder people in brutal traps, turns out he's not totally sane. I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what we could learn.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was Hoffman. Yeah, Hoffman is basically the Reaper of the Bailey IRL. In Saw, which is basically real life. Let me check something real fast. I think I know what they're getting at here. Meow, 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 meow. So Clint's autopsy report. Scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger of the right hand. But no document in the corresponding ink was found. That's the thing he had. That's the thing he had. He had the secret document. That's what he had as leverage, basically. That was his leverage.
It was scarlet ink.
I'm presenting it.
Objection! Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil? And I believe that's exactly what you did see. Havers again! You have no evidence to say that! Here there! He looks like a giant dwarf from World of Warcraft. World of Dwarfcraft. World of Jigcraft. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report! Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yeah, so it does!
Scarlet ink?
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. Hang on, I'm saving because I'm scared. I'm scared of dying. Hoffman turns into a murderous animal in Saw 3D. Well, Walkaby, no spoilers, okay? No spoiling stuff that happens in Saw 3D because we haven't gotten there yet. We haven't even seen Chester Bennington a single time yet. I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Yeah, Walkaby definitely spoiled that Hoffman animorphs into a murderous animal. Hoffman actually animorphs into the Hound of the Baskervilles and starts watching the aristocracy and killing them with teeth. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of that ink was found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting?
Please don't put your lips on my penis.
That is what he was suggesting. Consummate, you nailed it. That's exactly what Van Zieks was implying. Yeah, you did spoil Walkaby. You said he turns into an animal. You spoiled that there's a 3D sequence where the scary Saw music plays and the camera spins around him in a circle and he, like, animorphs into a pigeon or some shit. He, like, turns into a duck. You spoiled that, Walkaby. The Saw franchise had no fucking supernatural elements until that point. Hello, hello! Hey, what's up, B-Machine? B-Machine, I got bad news. We caught the killer of Gregson. He's already dead. We sent him to jail to die. Like, we completely solved that case. It was the judge. It was Judge Jigoku. Judge Jigoku killed Gregson for no reason. He shot him to death, and then he put him in a box. He shot him to death, and then he did in fact put him in this box, as we thought. So that was Gregson. Gregson was right there the whole time. That's why he's all crumpled up into a ball, is because he was shoved in a box and he got stiff. And rigor mortis. The document my father had in his hand that night was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death. Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil. Sir. When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
All right then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
Oh, so it's Clint Van Zieks' last will and testament. Yeah, I was super right. Clint Van Zieks is the fucking professor. Clint Van Zieks is 100% the professor. They tried to cover it up because he's part of the aristocracy. It would have been a huge scandal. It would have been a huge scandal if it got out. So that's what that paper was. The paper was whatever he had written down that proves beyond any doubt that he is the professor, that he's the serial killer. It was him the whole time. That's fucked up. Boom, 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 boom. It's gotta be him. It's literally gotta be him. That's right, just cause, bro. JonTron is the professor. Every time the victims were about to be killed, much like the Saw music slowly fades in, They heard the JonTron theme song slowly fade in the distance as he started walking towards them like this in a silhouette. It's actually so scary, but it's true. He was the famous British serial killer known as the Professor. A last will and testament? Ah! If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No! What a twist! What a twist, Van Zeeks. This is madness! My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die! That is what it would mean, yes. No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. They do, they hear it go. JonTron. The last thing they ever see is Jacques. The Hound of the Baskervilles was actually a bird the whole time. The Hound of the Baskervilles was a giant Jacques with red eyes, glowing red eyes. Clint was pursuing the Professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene. And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
What? What the fuck?
Yeah! That's what they heard as they were fucking taken to the cleaners. The most menacing sound of all, the LG washing machine theme. Theme of LG. Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there could be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy?
Ah! No! It couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
It was supposed to say phantom will, but I read the word will wrong. No, my lord, that's unacceptable!
What did you say, pussy?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led to us as that a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there's no line of reasoning to pursue.
Lord Van Zeeks figured it out, I think. I think Lord Van Zeeks is having a mental breakdown because he's fucking figured it out. I think he's figured it out now. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. Another thing I haven't thought about, but is technically possible, is that, like, Van Zeeks could actually be the Professor instead of the Reaper. Like, Barak, the one we know. I don't think it's the case, but it's definitely possible. Like, 100%. It would give him, like, a reason to change his ways, too, if his brother literally died for the sake of not letting him do that anymore. Maybe he went on the straight and narrow afterwards, but at first he was a vicious killer. I doubt it, but it's possible. That would be an unthinkable truth that turns everything on its head, but I'm thinking it's Clint. I'm thinking it's our friend Clint Eastwood. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo! However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Miss Susato,
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Okay, pussy!
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke! As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact... It's definitely one of the bottom two. It's definitely one of the bottom two. I kind of want it to be an accusation, because it would be really fucking cool if it was Barok Van Zeeks that was secretly the professor the whole time. Just like young-ass Barok Van Zeeks, pissed off at the world. He doesn't want to go through the proper channels. He's hot-blooded. He's killing people extrajudicially. But I think it's a confession. I think it's straight up a confession. I think our boy Clint is the professor. Te professor.
You think I could get a little squirt?
Yeah, you could get a squirt. You can do this, Mr. Squirtahodo.
Here.
The end. It actually does draw super near. I think we can finish this game today, honestly. This feels like we're just building up to the fucking climax. And we still have 30 minutes left. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? I think, honestly, we might have like 5 more testimonies at most. Because we gotta bring the big guy up on the witness stand, right? The last thing is gonna be us having to bring the actual dude up on the stage. Strongheart. But we might be leading right up to that shit. Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity. Enough, Council! What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to be behind the slaughter of 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. He's such an edgelord. I fucking love Van Zeeks. I will say, I really appreciate the fact that Van Zeeks is a reasonable edgelord. Like, he has every reason to be an edgelord. I love it. He's a complete edgelord, but he has such a good reason for it. I'm also glad we discovered blurp technology. It's so fun. Blurp is like the funnest thing ever. I don't know, I think it's awesome. I bet some people like secretly like fucking seethe and hate it and they think it's annoying. But I think it's awesome. It's just a fun time. And so far, not even a single person has made it say the N-word on my stream, which is very appreciated.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
What would be an amazing twist, genuinely, is if Strongheart is a good guy. I would be so happy with the twist that Strongheart didn't do anything wrong. He seems super evil, but he's on the up and up. But he's definitely the Reaper, like 100%.
The great Van Zeeks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years.
Oh, this is just random people. And Clint Van Zeeks was a paragon of justice. Or he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities? If the general public ever found out, law and order would be finished. My brother! Oh, this is too awful! Poor Lord Van Zeeks! Woo! She said the line! Let's go, Susato. Let's go. She got one more in there. She got one more poor Mr. Blank in there. I appreciate you, Susato. I wonder, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Barack Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order! Order in the court! Lord Van Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Well, yeah, he owned a giant murderous dog with a bloody mouth, but I didn't think anything of it at the time. Yes, he did. Balmung.
Oh no! The big collar we found.
Oh shit.
I discovered Blurp. You guys are all complete haters. You guys are all liars. I discovered Blurp. This is the war of who discovered Blurp as it came to be known. This is the real mystery. We gotta get a court in session for this shit.
Your mother was a dumb whore with a fat ass. Did you know that?
I did know that, but thank you for the reminder. That was just a recap for people who didn't know.
Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master.
How did you time those so perfectly?
He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
A jewel-studded collar? Yep, that's the collar we found.
That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. Oh no. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
Huh? What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clinton acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Van Zeeks' widow?
Yeah, that's what he just said, Susato!
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey.
So is it true then? Clint Van Zeeks really was the professor?
Impossible! These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. That makes so much sense. The animals are leaving.
It just might be you and me, but that's okay.
But do you really?
Really? Me? Anyone else?
Do you think that is who his widow was? Do you think her name is secretly Invader v. Baskervilles? And she passed on her will to have the animals leave by murdering all the nobles? All the noblemans? Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? That is kind of funny. I never thought about the fact that it sounds like he says come. That's a good point, just cuz. That's a fucking salient point you've raised just now.
10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done.
I don't know if I believe that number.
Though through his own anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed.
I need that Mario emote, dude. I need to add that. I didn't think about that, but I should add that Mario emote. Attack 5-6.
Very well then. You may have the truth.
Burn. Burn. Burn.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals
Give me half a car. I need half a car.
requires half a car, and to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint!
This is poor Mr. Prosecutor Lord Baron von Epstein Zieks III. This is so sad for him.
The 19th century was truly a miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. Ba-ba-ba-da-boo. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed.
Just like Dark Souls. This is so epic. This is actually kind of a cool story, I won't lie. I shouldn't have said just like Dark Souls that interrupted it.
It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese!
Oh shit, that's why they had to get rid of Kazuma's dad! Interesting, so he wasn't just a random patsy. He wasn't just like some random fall guy that they chose. It was because he got too close to the truth. What's funny is that we're playing like the most classic cop story of all time, right? Where the chief of police is rotten and you get too close to the truth. But we're playing it 20 years later. Like the good guys lost, basically. This is like, what if there was one of those classic stereotypical cop stories, but the cop loses, right? Like he actually lost to the corrupt police force, and so now it's just one generation later and we're picking up the case where he left it off. Like the game should have been, you're playing as Kazuma's dad uncovering all this shit. But instead, it's the kids. It's kind of cool. Fall Guys! Yeah, it's basically like Fall Guys is what I'm getting at. Because there was a Fall Guy, if you could believe that. Once again, what do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous, savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student.
Give me half a car. I need half a car.
Please, Lord Strongheart, I just need half a car, and I can crack the case.
So I turned down Asogi's plea for half a car, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished.
I don't believe this. Take a look at this. He's actually just quoting Dr. Robotnik to cope through the pain. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did... He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. Oh, I missed! That's Van Zieks when he realizes that he actually lost the duel. His sword met with the air, and that was the last thing Clint Van Zieks ever said, as he was pierced through his fucking heart.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And? What about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time.
That does kind of suck for you, bro. Your plan of a worldwide super police force that puts order across the whole globe? That's not really gonna happen now that we know this. Now that we know you covered up the biggest crime of the century.
I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So, you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father.
Yeah, what about it, bitch? I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire.
I also do like when it cuts to all the characters of fucking blank silence. It's because it makes them more tense when there's no music whatsoever and he just stares at you with his unicorn.
Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
And it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him naturally.
Gregson?
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country.
Look, he has his toilet plunger again right there.
So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey. Poor Mr. Gregson. He was fucking blackmailed. Well, he wasn't really blackmailed, he was just strong-armed. That's why his name is Senator Armstrong. I get it now. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes... What the heck? What the deuce was that? That sounded like a fucking turkey noise. That is kind of a crazy twist that Gregson was the one who stole the ring, except it doesn't actually change anything. It doesn't really matter. It was kind of a pointless twist. He had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
It was definitely his crippling addiction to ass porn. It actually wasn't. The crippling weakness was you, Asogi. You killed your own father. What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me!
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma! That was not a word. His ass was not speaking English at that moment. He did it for me!
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order, at any cost.
That's so evil.
Objection!
Yeah, get him, Van Zeeks! Get him!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart?
What's he gonna say?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen...
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago, when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe?
So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
Wow, he just gave up the ghost. I'm kind of shocked that we didn't have to drag it out of him, but he just confessed to literally everything, immediately.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, I did it for the vine. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core. That is a bit of an Eggman moment. This guy is acting quite evil all of a sudden. But he seemed like, look at him, he seems like such a nice guy. I mean, he might look like Satan himself incarnate, but still. He's got a nice strong jawline. Could a man with a nice jawline ever do such a thing?
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question for the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all, that you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. Wow. Da-da-da-da. That was a bit of a hashtag Koopa dance moment, I won't lie. Whoa. I do like the fact that in the new Mario games, when they're like just walking along, the Koopas will dance, like the mid-walk. They didn't used to have that in the old games, but now the Koopas dance to the music, which I think personally, as you can tell by my remix dance appreciation, I like a good dance scene in a game. Same reason I liked Yakuza 0, because there was big dumb dance numbers for no reason. Also, I don't think we finished this tonight, by the way. We have 3 minutes left in the fucking stream, and it still isn't over. I think I have to do this again next Saturday. It feels like it's ending, but I don't know how much longer it has to go is the problem. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. I'm saving. 'Cause if we have to do this again next week, I'll just pick up from like here. That way it's slightly less confusing. Yeah, this is an absolute Persona 4 moment. 100%. This shit is like, it won't fucking end. It has to be over next week though, for sure, right? There won't be a whole nother trial for the big guy.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect?
Yes. But it was only once, no more.
Only once?
Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
Yosh.
Yosh.
I fucking love Eggman so much, bro. Take his ass to Chow Garden.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But...
There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-paged last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man.
3? Did this guy just say 6 million?
Oh, I think he just made what is quite possibly his first slip-up ever in the entire game. We just saw this earlier, didn't we? Look at this! How many pages is the last will and testament? Uh-oh. Somebody in trouble. That's a fuck-up. There's an entire page of the will that's missing. Meow, 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 meow. And he specifically says penned in black ink. So he can't even argue that he wrote it in that scarlet ink that night when the guy saw him fucking with it. That's a big fuck up. That's actually a massive fuck up. There's an entire page from the will and testament that's missing. But we're out of time, so I guess we'll have to do it next week.
The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I explained.
God damn it.
Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Wow. I guess we'll leave it there. I guess we'll leave it there until next week when we'll finish the whole game.
Objection? By who? Oh my god. We're saving it for next week. Because I don't know how much longer is left. Could be 5 minutes left. Could be 5 hours left. So we're going to save it for next Saturday to finish this game. It's, what can I say? It's a certified Persona 4 moment. It just won't end. Get the fuck up! Yeah, I don't know. I honestly feel like there's maybe 30 minutes left, but I said that an hour ago, so who knows? We'll just do it again next week until it's done. We'll keep doing it for 5 hours. We'll keep doing it for 5 hours on Saturday until it's gone. I honestly thought it was going to be like 2 hours today, and then it was going to be Pokemon for the rest of the stream. But instead, we'll just have to play Pokemon tomorrow. I don't know. That's kind of messed up. That's kind of messed up that this game would do this to everyone. Yeah, right? It could be. It could literally be after the objection, just credits roll. The guy points out the inconsistency with 3 pages, and then the guy's like, all right, you got me. You got me. I'm the killer. I killed everyone and killed everyone. But yeah, that's it. No more Ace Attorney for this week. I'll be back again tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central, for more stream. And we do Thursdays through Sundays, 4 to 9 p.m. Central, but we're all out of time for today, so I will catch y'all later. It should be over next week. Next week should definitely be the great finale, so if you want to see the great Ace Attorney Chronicles finale, be sure to tune in next week, because it definitely won't be 5 more finales, I promise. It's gonna just be this one, basically. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed Ace Attorney, and I will see you tomorrow for more. Peace out for now, everybody. Have a good night.